Welcome to tonight's bedtime story. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the gentle rain guide you to sleep. Tonight, we journey into the magical world and let the story begin. THESEUS, geographers, THESEUS, crowd into the edges of their maps parts of the world which they do not know about, adding notes in the margin to the effect that beyond this lies nothing but sandy deserts full of wild beasts, una bracciavle bog city on ice or a frozen sea. So, in this work of mine, in which I have compared the lives of the greatest men with one another, after passing through those periods which probable reasoning can reach to and real history find a footing in, I might very well say of those that are farther off. Beyond this there is nothing but prodigies and fictions. The only inhabitants are the poets and inventors of fables. There is no credit or certainty any farther. Yet, after publishing an account of Lycurgus, the lawgiver, and Numa, the king, I thought I might, not without reason, ascend as high as to Romulus, being brought by my history so near to his time. Considering therefore with myself whom shall I set so great a man to face, or whom oppose, who's equal to the place? As Aeschylus expresses it, I found none so fit as him that peopled the beautiful and far-famed city of Athens, to be set in opposition with the father of the invincible and renowned city of Rome. Let us hope that fable may, in what shall follow, so submit to the purifying processes of reason as to take the character of exact history. In any case, however, where it shall be found contumaciously slighting credibility, and refusing to be reduced to anything like probable fact, we shall beg that we may meet with candid readers, and such as will receive with indulgence the stories of antiquity. Theseus seemed to me to resemble Romulus in many particulars, both of them born out of wedlock and of uncertain parentage, had the repute of being sprung from the gods. Both warriors, that by all the worlds allowed, both of them united with strength of body and equal vigor mind. And of the two most famous cities of the world, the one built Rome, and the other made Athens be inhabited, both stand charged with the rape of women. Neither of them could avoid domestic misfortunes nor jealousy at home, but towards the close of their lives are both of them said to have incurred great odium with their countrymen. If, that is, we may take the stories least like poetry as our guide to the truth. The lineage of Theseus, by his father's side, ascends as high as to Erechtheus and the first inhabitants of Attica. By his mother's side he was descended of Pelops, for Pelops was the most powerful of all the kings of Peloponnesus, not so much by the greatness of his riches as the multitude of his children, having married many daughters to chief men, and put many sons in places of command in the towns round about him. one of whom, named Pythois, grandfather to Theseus, was governor of the small city of the Troceans, and had the repute of a man of the greatest knowledge and wisdom of his time, which then, it seems, consisted chiefly in grave maxims, such as the poet Hesiod got his great fame by, in his book of works and days. And, indeed, among these is one that they ascribe to Pythois, unto a friend suffice a stipulated price, which also Aristotle mentions, and Euripides, by calling Hippolytus scholar of the holy Pythos, shows the opinion that the world had of him, being desirous of children, and consulting the oracle of Delphi, received the celebrated answer which forbade him the company of any woman before his return to Athens. But the oracle being so obscure as not to satisfy him that he was clearly forbid this, he went to Trozen, and communicated to Pythois the voice of the god, which was in this manner: Loose not the wineskin foot, thou chief of men, until to tear. Taking advantage from the obscurity of the oracle, prevailed upon him, it is uncertain whether by persuasion or deceit, to lie with his daughter Aethra. Aegeus afterwards, knowing her whom he had lain with to be Pythois's daughter, and suspecting her to be with child by him, left a sword and a pair of shoes, hiding them under a great stone that had a hollow in it exactly fitting them, and went away making her only privy to it, and commending her, if she brought forth a son who, when he came to man's estate, should be able to lift up the stone and take away what he had left there, she should send him away to him with those things, with all secrecy, and with injunctions to him as much as possible to conceal his journey from every one, for he greatly feared the Palantida, who were continually mutinying against him, and despised him for his want of children, they themselves being 50 brothers, all sons of Pallas, when Aethra was delivered of a son. Some say that he was immediately named Theseus from the tokens which his father had put under the stone. Others that he received his name afterwards at Athens. When Aegeus acknowledged him for his son, he was brought up under his grandfather and had a tutor, an attendant set over him named Conidas, to whom the Athenians, even to this time, the day before the feast that is dedicated to Theseus, sacrifice a ram, giving this honor to his memory upon much juster grounds than to Salanio and Parrhasio, for making pictures and statues of Theseus, there being then a custom for the Grecian youth, upon their first coming to man's estate, to go to Delphi and offer first fruits of their hair to the god. Theseus also went, and a place thereto this day is yet named THESEUS, as it is said, from him he clipped only the forepart of his head, as Homer says the Abantes did .%, and this sort of tonsure was from him named Theseus. The Abantes first used it, not in imitation of the Arabians, as some imagine, nor of the Mysians, but because they were a warlike people, and used to close fighting, and above all other nations accustomed to engage hand to hand, as Achillicus testifies in these verses, slings shall not whirl, nor many arrows fly, when on the plain the battle joins, but swords, man against man, the deadly conflict, as is the practice of Euboeus, lords skilled with the spear, therefore that they might not give their enemies a hold by their hair. They cut it in this manner. They write also that this was the reason why Alexander gave command to his captains that all the beards of the Macedonians should be shaved, as being the readiest hold for an enemy. Aethra for some time concealed the true parentage of Theseus, and a report was given out by Pythois that he was begotten by Neptune. For the Trozedians pay Neptune the highest veneration. He is their tutelar god, to him they offer all their first fruits, and in his honor stamp their money with a trident. Theseus displaying not only great strength of body, but equal bravery, and a quickness alike in force of understanding, his mother, Aethra, conducting him to the stone, and informing him who was his true father, commanded him to take from thence the tokens that Aegeus had left, and to sail to Athens. He, without any difficulty, set himself to the stone and lifted it up, but refused to take his journey by sea, though it was much the safer way, and though his mother and grandfather begged him to do so, for it was at that time very dangerous to go by land on the road to Athens, no part of it being free from robbers and murderers. That age produced a sort of men in force of hand, and swiftness of foot, and strength of body, excelling the ordinary rate, and wholly incapable of fatigue, making use, however, of these gifts of nature to no good or profitable purpose for mankind, but rejoicing and priding themselves in insolence, and taking the benefit of their superior strength in the exercise of inhumanity and cruelty, and in seizing, forcing, and committing all manner of outrages upon everything that fell into their hands, all respect for others, all justice they thought, all equity and humanity, though naturally lauded by common people, either out of want of courage to commit injuries, or fear to receive them, yet no way concerned those who were strong enough to win for themselves. Some of these Hercules destroyed and cut off in his passage through these countries, but some, escaping his notice while he was passing by, fled and hid themselves, or else were spared by him in contempt of their abject submission. And after that Hercules fell into misfortune, and, having slain Iphitus, retired to Lydia, and for a long time was their slave to Omphale, a punishment which he had imposed upon himself for the murder. Then, indeed, Lydia enjoyed high peace and security. But in Greece and the countries about it, the like Villanes, again revived and broke out, there being none to repress or chastise them. It was therefore a very hazardous journey to travel by land from Athens to Peloponnesus and Pythois. Giving him an exact account of each of these robbers and villains, their strength, and the cruelty they used to all strangers, tried to persuade Theseus to go by sea. But he, it seems, had long since been secretly fired by the glory of Hercules, held him in the highest estimation, and was never more satisfied than in listening to any that gave an account of him, especially those that had seen him, or had been present at any action or saying of his, so that he was altogether in the same state of feeling as, in after ages, Themistocles was, when he said that he could not sleep for the trophy of entertaining such admiration for the virtue of Hercules, that in the night his dreams were all of that hero's actions, and in the day a continual emulation stirred him up to perform the like. Besides, they were related, being born of cousins, for Aethra was daughter of Pythois, and Alcmena of Lycidas, and Lycidas and Pythois were brother and sister, children of Hippodamia and Pelops. He thought it therefore a dishonorable thing, and not to be endured, that Hercules should go out everywhere, and purged both land and sea from wicked men, and he himself should fly from the like adventures that actually came in his way, disgracing his reputed father by a mean flight by sea, and not showing his true one as good evidence of the greatness of his birth by noble and worthy actions, as by the tokens that he brought with him, the shoes and the sword. With this mind and these thoughts, he set forward with a design to do injury to nobody, but to repel and revenge himself of all those that should offer any. And first of all, in a set combat, he slew Periphetes in the neighborhood of Epidaurus, who used a club for his arms, and from thence had the name of Corinth, or the club-bearer, who seized upon him and forbade him to go forward in his journey. Being pleased with the club, he took it and made it his weapon, continuing to use it, as Hercules did, the lion's skin, on whose shoulders that served to prove how huge a beast he had killed, and to the same end Theseus carried about him this club, overcome indeed by him, but now in his hands invincible. Passing on further towards the Isthmus of Peloponnese, he slew Sinis, often surnamed the Bender of Pines, after the same manner in which he himself had destroyed many others before, and this he did without having either practiced or ever learnt the art of bending these trees, to show that natural strength is above all art. This Sinis had a daughter of remarkable beauty and stature, called Perigoon, who, when her father was killed, fled, and was sought after everywhere by Theseus, and coming into a place overgrown with brushwood shrubs, an asparagus thorn, there, in a childlike, innocent manner, prayed and begged them, as if they understood her, to give her shelter, with vows that if she escaped she would never cut them down, nor burn them. But Theseus, calling upon her, and giving her his promise that he would use her with respect, and offer her no injury, she came forth, and in due time bore him a son, named but afterwards was married to Dionys, the son of Eurytus, the Oeschalian Theseus, himself giving her to him. Ioxus, the son of this Melanippus, who was born to Theseus, accompanied Ornytus in the colony that he carried with him into Caria, whence it is a family usage amongst the people called Io, both male and female, never to burn either shrubs or asparagus thorn, but to respect and honor them. The Crommyonian sow, which they called Phia, was a savage and formidable wild beast, by no means an enemy to be despised. Theseus killed her, going out of his way on purpose to meet and engage her, so that he might not seem to perform all his great exploits out of mere necessity, being also of opinion that it was the part of a brave man to chastise villainous and wicked men when attacked by them, but to seek out and overcome the more noble wild beasts. Others relate that Phia was a woman, a robber full of cruelty and lust, that lived in Crommyon, and had the name of Sal given her from the foulness of her life and manners, and afterwards was killed by Theseus. He slew also Siren upon the borders of Megara, casting him down from the rocks, being, as most report, a notorious robber of all passengers, and, as others add, accustomed, out of insolence and wantonness, to stretch forth his feet to strangers, commanding them to wash them, and then, while they did it, with a kick to send them down the rock into the sea. The writers of Megara, however, in contradiction to the received report, and as Simonides expresses it, fighting with all antiquity, contend that Siren was neither a robber nor doer of violence, but a punisher of all such, and the relative and friend of good and just men. For Aeacus, they say, was ever esteemed a man of the greatest sanctity of all the Greeks, and Cyprius, the Salaminian, was honored at Athens with divine worship, and the virtues of Peleus and Telamon were not unknown to anyone. Now Siren was son-in-law to Cycria, and grandfather to Peleus and Telamon, who were both of them sons of Endes, the daughter of Siren and Cheric. It was not probable, therefore, that the best of men should make these alliances with one who was worst, giving and receiving mutually what was of greatest value and most dear to them. Theseus, by their account, did not slay Siren in his first journey to Athens, but afterwards, when he took Eleusis, a city of the Megarians, having circumvented Diocles, the governor. Such are the contradictions in this story. In Eleusis, he killed Cercyon, the Arcadian, in a wrestling match. And going on a little farther, in Irenaeus, he slew Demas, otherwise called Procrustes, forcing his body to the size of his own bed, as he himself was used to do with all strangers. This he did in imitation of Hercules, who always returned upon his assailants the same sort of violence that they offered to him, sacrificed Busiris, killed Antaeus in wrestling, and sickness in single combat, and Tumorus by breaking his skull in pieces, whence, they say, comes the proverb of a Termerian mischief, for it seems Tumorus killed passengers that he met by running with his head against them, and so also Theseus proceeded in the punishment of evil men, who underwent the same violence from him which they had inflicted upon others, justly suffering, after the manner of their own injustice doth, as he went forward on his journey, and was come as far as the river Cephisus. Some of the race of the Phytalidae met him and saluted him, and upon his desire to use the purifications then in custom, they performed them with all the usual ceremonies, and, having offered propitiatory sacrifices to the gods, invited him and entertained him at their house, a kindness which, in all his journey hitherto, he had not met. On the 8th day of Cronius, now called Hecatombion, he arrived at Athens, where he found the public affairs full of all confusion, and divided into parties and factions. Aegeus also, and his whole private family, laboring under the same distemper, for Medea having fled from Corinth, and promised Aegeus to make him, by her art, capable of having children, was living with him. She first was aware of Theseus, whom as yet Aegeus did not know, and he, being in years, full of jealousies and suspicions, and fearing everything by reason of the faction that was then in the city, she easily persuaded him to kill him by poison at a banquet, to which he was to be invited as a stranger. He, coming to the entertainment, thought it not fit to discover himself at once, but willing to give his father the occasion of first finding him out. The meat being on the table, he drew his sword as if he designed a cut with it. Aegeus, at once recognizing the token, threw down the cup of poison, and, questioning his son, embraced him, and, having gathered together all his citizens, owned him publicly before them, who, on their part, received him gladly for the fame of his greatness and bravery. And it is said that when the cup fell, the poison was spilt, there where now is the enclosed space in the Delphinium. For in that place stood Aegeus's house, and the figure of Mercury on the east side of the temple is called the Mercury of Aegeus's gate. The sons of Pallas, who before were quiet upon expectation of recovering the kingdom after Aegis's death, who was without issue. As soon as Theseus appeared and was acknowledged the successor, highly resenting that Aegeus first, an adopted son only of Pondion, and not at all related to the family of Erechtheus, should be holding the kingdom, and that, after him, Theseus, a visitor and stranger, should be destined to succeed to it, broke out into open war, and, dividing themselves into two companies, one part of them marched openly from Sphetus with their father against the city, the other hiding themselves in the village of Gargetus, lay in ambush with a design to set upon the enemy on both sides. They had with them a crier of the township of Agnus, named Leos, who discovered to Theseus all the designs of the Palantida. He immediately fell upon those that lay in ambuscade, and cut them all off, upon tidings of which Pallas and his company fled and were dispersed. From hence, they say, is derived the custom among the people of the township of Pallene to have no marriages or any alliance with the people of Agnus, nor to suffer the criers to pronounce in their proclamations the words used in all other parts of the country. A kite? Leo, we hear the people, hating the very sound of Leo, because of the treason of Leo. Theseus, longing to be in action, and desirous also to make himself popular, left Athens to fight with the bull of Marathon, which did no small mischief to the inhabitants of Tetra, and having overcome it, he brought it alive in triumph through the city, and afterwards sacrificed it to the Delphinian Apollo. The story of Hecate, also, of her receiving and entertaining Theseus in this expedition, seems to be not altogether void of truth, for the townships round about, meeting upon a certain day, used to offer a sacrifice, which they called Hecale, to Jupiter Hecalis, and to pay honor to Hec, whom, by a diminutive name, they called Hecaline, because she, while entertaining Theseus, who was quite a youth, addressed him as old people do, with similar endearing diminutives, and having made a vow to Jupiter for him as he was going to the fight, that, if he returned in safety, she would offer sacrifices in thanks of it, and dying before he came back, she had these honors given her by way of return for her hospitality, by the command of Theseus, as Philochorus tells us. Not long after arrive, the third time from Crete, the collectors of the tribute which the Athenians paid them upon the following occasion. Androgeus, having been treacherously murdered in the confines of Attica, not only Minos his father, put the Athenians to extreme distress by a perpetual war, but the gods also laid waste their country. Both famine and pestilence lay heavy upon them. and even their rivers were dried up, being told by the oracle that if they appeased and reconciled me, the anger of the gods would cease, and they should enjoy rest from the miseries they labored under. They sent heralds, and with much supplication were at last reconciled, entering into an agreement to send to Crete every 9 years a tribute of 7 young men and as many virgins, as most writers agree in stating, in the most poetical storyads, that the Minotaur destroyed them, or that, wandering in the labyrinth, and finding no possible means of getting out, they miserably ended their lives there, and that this Minotaur was, as Euripides hath it, a mingled form, where 2 strange shapes combined, and different natures, bull and man, were joined. But Philocharas says that the Cretans will by no means allow the truth of this, but say that the labyrinth was only an ordinary prison, having no other bad quality but that it secured the prisoners from escaping, and that Minos, having instituted games in honor of and gave, as a reward to the victors, these youths, who in the meantime were kept in the labyrinth, and that the first that overcame in those games was one of the greatest power in command among them, named Taurus, a man of no merciful or gentle disposition, who treated the Athenians that were made his prize in a proud and cruel manner. Also Aristotle himself, in the accounts that he gives of the form of government of the Boeotians, is manifestly of opinion that the youths were not slain by Minos, but spent the remainder of their days in slavery in Crete, that the Cretans in former times, to acquit themselves of an ancient vow which they had made, were used to send an offering of the first fruits of their men to Delphi, and that some descendants of these Athenian slaves were mingled with them and sent amongst them, and, unable to get their living there, removed from thence, first into Italy, and settled about Chapagin. From thence again, that they removed to Thrace, and were named Bottians, and that this is the reason why, in a certain sacrifice, the Boeotian girls sing a hymn beginning, "Let us go to Athens." This may show us how dangerous a thing it is to incur the hostility of a city that is mistress of eloquence in song, for Minos was always ill spoken of, and represented ever as a very wicked man in the Athenian theatres. Neither did Hesiod avail him by calling him the most royal Minos, nor Homer, who styles him Jupiter's familiar friend. The tragedians got the better, and from the vantage ground of the stage showered down obloquy upon him as a man of cruelty and violence, whereas, in fact, he appears to have been a king and a lawgiver, and Rhadamanthus, a judge under him, administering the statutes that he ordained. Now when the time of the 3rd tribute was come, and the fathers who had any young men for their sons were to proceed by lot to the choice of those that were to be sent, there arose fresh discontents and accusations against Aegeus among the people, who were full of grief and indignation that he, who was the cause of all their miseries, was the only person exempt from the punishment, adopting and settling his kingdom upon a bastard and foreign son. He took no thought, they said, of their destitution and loss, not of bastards, but lawful children. These things sensibly affected Theseus, who, thinking it, but just not to disregard, but rather partake of, the sufferings of his fellow citizens, offered himself for one without any lot. All else were struck with admiration for the nobleness, and with love for the goodness of the act. And Aegeus, after prayers and entreaties, finding him inflexible and not to be persuaded, proceeded to the choosing of the rest by lot. Hellenicus, however, tells us that the Athenians did not send the young men and virgins by lot, but that Minos himself used to come and make his own choice, and pitched upon Theseus before all others, according to the conditions agreed upon between them, namely, that the Athenians should furnish them with a ship, and that the young men that were to sail with him should carry no weapon of war, but that, if the Minotaur was destroyed, the tribute should cease. On the two former occasions of the payment of the tribute, entertaining no hopes of safety or return, they sent out the ship with a black sail as to unavoidable destruction. But now, Theseus, encouraging his father and speaking greatly of himself, as confident that he should kill the Minotaur, he gave the pilot another sail, which was white, commanding him, as he returned, if Theseus were safe, to make use of that, but if not, to sail with the black one, and to hang out that sign of his misfortune. Simonides says that the sail which Aegeus delivered to the pilot was not white, but scarlet, in the juicy bloom of the living oak tree steeped, and that this was to be the sign of their escape. Pericles, son of Amarsyas, according to Simonides, was pilot of the ship, but Philochorus says Theseus had sent him by Cirrus from Salamis, Nausithous, to be his steersman, and Phaeax his lookoutman in the prow. The Athenians having as yet not applied themselves to navigation, and that Cirrus did this because one of the young men Menesthes was his daughter's son, and this the Chapis of Nausithous and Phaeax, built by Theseus near the temple of Ceres, confirm. He adds, also, that the feast named Cybernesia was in honor of them, the lot being cast, and Theseus having received out of the Prytanium those upon whom it fell, he went to the Delphinium, and made an offering for them to Apollo of his suppliant's badge, which was a bough of a consecrated olive tree, with white wool tied about it. Having thus performed his devotion, he went to sea the 6th day. on which day even to this time the Athenians send their virgins to the same temple to make supplication to the gods. It is farther reported that he was commended by the oracle at Delphi to make Venus his guide, and to invoke her as the companion and conductress of his voyage, and that, as he was sacrificing a she-goat to her by the seaside, it was suddenly changed into a he, and for this cause that goddess had the name of Epic. Concerning his voyage into the Euxine Sea, Philocharos and some others write that he made it, with Hercules offering him his service in the war against the Amazons, and had Antiope given him for the reward of his valor, but the greater number, of whom are Pheres, Helonicus, and Herodorus, write that he made this voyage many years after Hercules, with a navy under his own command, and took the Amazon prisoner, the more probable story, for we do not read that any other of all those that accompanied him in this action took any Amazon prisoner, beyond adds that, to take her, he had to use deceit and fly away. For the Amazons, he says, being naturally lovers of men, were so far from avoiding Theseus when he touched upon their coasts, that they sent him presents to his ship. But he, having invited Antipa, who brought them to come aboard, immediately set sail and carried her away. An author named Menocrates, that wrote the history of Nicaea in Bithynia, adds that Theseus, having Antiope aboard his vessel, cruised for some time about those coasts, and that there were in the same ship 3 young men of Athens that accompanied him in this voyage, all brothers, whose names were Euniostheus and Saloon. The last of these fell desperately in love with Antiope, and, escaping the notice of the rest, revealed the secret only to one of his most intimate acquaintance, and employed him to disclose his passion to Antiope. She rejected his pretenses with a very positive denial, yet treated the matter with much gentleness and discretion, and made no complaints to Theseus of anything that had happened. But Saloon, the thing being desperate, leaped into a river near the seaside and drowned himself. As soon as Theseus was acquainted with his death and his unhappy love that was the cause of it, he was extremely distressed, and, in the height of his grief, an oracle which he had formerly received at Delphi came into his mind, for he had been commanded by the priestess of Apollo Pythia, wherever in a strange land he was most sorrowful and under the greatest affliction, he should build a city there, and leave some of his followers to be governors of the place. For this cause he there founded a city, which he called, from the name of Apollo, Pythopolis, and, in honor of the unfortunate youth, he named the river that runs by it Saloon, and left the 2 surviving brothers entrusted with the care of the government and laws, joining with them Hermes, one of the nobility of Athens, from whom a place in the city is called the House of Hermes, though by an error in the accent it has been taken for the House of Hermes, or Mercury, and the honor that was desired to the hero transferred to the god. This was the origin and cause of the Amazonian invasion of Attica, which would seem to have been no slight or womanish enterprise, for it is impossible that they should have placed their camp in the very city and joined battle close by the Nyx and the hill called Museum, unless, having first conquered the country round about, they had thus with impunity advanced to the city, that they made so long a journey by land, and passed the Cimmerian Bosphorus, when frozen, as Hellenicus writes, is difficult to be believed. That they encamped all but in the city is certain, and may be sufficiently confirmed by the names that the places thereabout yet retain, and the graves and monuments of those that fell in the battle. Both armies being in sight, there was a long pause and doubt on each side which should give the first onset. At last, Theseus, having sacrificed to fear in obedience to the command of an oracle he had received, gave them battle. And this happened in the month of Bodromion, in which to this very day the Athenians celebrate the feast. Clydemus, desirous to be very circumstantial, writes that the left wing of the Amazons moved towards the place which is yet called Amazonium, and the right towards the Nyx, near Crisa. That's with the swing issuing from behind the museum engaged, and that the graves of those that were slain are to be seen in the street that leads to the gate called by the chapel of the hero Chalcedon, and that here the Athenians were routed and gave way before the women, as far as to the temple of the Furies, but fresh supplies coming in from the Palladium, Ardetas, and the Lyceum, they charged their right wing, and beat them back into their tents, in which action a great number of the Amazons were slain. At length, after 4 months, a peace was concluded between them by the mediation of for so this historian calls the Amazon whom Theseus married, and not Antiope, though others write that she was slain with a dart by Malpadia while fighting by Theseus's side, and that the pillar which stands by the temple of Olympian earth was erected to her honor. Nor is it to be wondered at that in events of such antiquity, history should be in disorder. For indeed we are also told that those of the Amazons that were wounded were privately sent away by Antiope to Chalcis, where many by her care recovered, but some that died were buried there in the place that is to this time called That this war, however, was ended by a treaty is evident, both from the name of the place adjoining to the temple of Theseus, called, from the solemn oath there taken, Horcomosia, and also from the ancient sacrifice, which used to be celebrated to the Amazons the day before the feast of Theseus. The Megarians also show a spot in their city where some Amazons were buried, on the way from the market to a place called Rus, where the building in the shape of a lozenge stands. It is said, likewise, that others of them were slain near Chaeronea, and buried near the little rivulet, formerly called Thermodon, but now Haemon, of which an account is given in the life of Demosthenes. It appears further that the passage of the Amazons through Thessaly was not without opposition, for there are yet shown many tombs of them near Scatessa and Cynocephalae. This is as much as is worth telling concerning the Amazons. For the account which the author of the poem called the THESEUS gives of this rising of the Amazons, how Antipe, to revenge herself upon Theseus for refusing her and marrying Phaedra, came down upon the city with her train of Amazons, whom Hercules slew, is manifestly nothing else but fable and invention. It is true, indeed, that Theseus married Phaedra, but that was after the death of Antiope, by whom he had a son called Hippolytus, or, as Pindar writes, Demoph. The calamities which befell Phaedra and this son, since none of the historians have contradicted the tragic poets that have written of them, we must suppose happened as represented uniformly by them. There are also other traditions of the marriages of Theseus, neither honorable in their occasions, nor fortunate in their event, which yet were never represented in the Greek plays, for he is said to have carried off Anaxo, a Trozenian, and, having slain Cyneson, Circean, to have ravished their daughters, to have married Paribia, the mother of Ajax, and then Pharibia, and then Iope, the daughter of Eve, and further, he is accused of deserting Ariadne, as is before related, being in love with Ego, the daughter of Panopeus, neither justly nor honorably, and lastly, of the rape of Helen, which filled all Attica with war and blood, and was in the end the occasion of his banishment and death, as will presently be related. And Lycas, upon Aphidnus plain by Theseus, in the cause of Helen slain, though it is not at all probable that Theseus himself was there when both the city and his mother were taken, Aphidine being won by Castor and Pollux, and the city of Athens being in consternation. Menesthius persuaded the people to open their gates and receive them with all manner of friendship. for they were, he told them, at enmity with none but Theseus, who had first injured them, and were benefactors and saviors to all mankind beside, and their behavior gave credit to those promises. For, having made themselves absolute masters of the place, they demanded no more than to be initiated, since they were as nearly related to the city as Hercules was, who had received the same honor. This their desire they easily obtained, and were adopted by Aphidnus, as Hercules had been by Pythia. They were honored also like gods, and were called by a new name, Anis, either from the cessation, an oak of the war, or from the care they took that none should suffer any injury, though there was so great an army within the walls. For the phrase anakozikin is used of those who look to or care for anything. Kings, for this reason, perhaps, are called anax. Others say that from the appearance of their star in the heavens, they were thus called, for in the Attic dialect, this name comes very near the words that signify above. Some say that Theseus's mother was here taken prisoner and carried to Lacedaemon, and from thence went away with Helen to Troy, alleging this verse of Homer to prove that she waited upon Helen Aethra of Pithois born, and larged Clymene. Others reject this verse as none of Homer's, as they do likewise the whole fable of Monachus, who, the story says, was the son of Demophan and Laodice, born secretly and brought up by Aethra at Troy. But Aesop, in the 13th book of his Attic history, gives us an account of Aethra, different yet from all the rest, that Achilles and Patroclus overcame Paris in Thessaly, near the river Spercheius, but that Hector took and plundered the city of the Trojani, and made Aethra prisoner there. But this seems a groundless tale. Now Hercules, passing by the Molossian, was entertained in his way by Adonius the king, who, in conversation, accidentally spoke of the journey of Theseus and Pirithous into his country, of what they had designed to do, and what they were forced to suffer. Hercules was much grieved for the inglorious death of the one and the miserable condition of the other. As for Pirithous, he thought it useless to complain, but begged to have Theseus released for his sake, and obtained that favor from the king. Theseus, being thus set at liberty, returned to Athens, where his friends were not yet wholly suppressed, and dedicated to Hercules all the sacred places which the city had set apart for himself, changing their names from Thesia to Heraclea, for only accepted, as Philochorus writes, and wishing immediately to resume the first place in the commonwealth, and manage the state as before. He soon found himself involved in factions and troubles. Those who long had hated him had now added to their hatred contempt, and the minds of the people were so generally corrupted that instead of obeying commands with silence, they expected to be flattered into their duty. He had some thoughts to have reduced them by force, but was overpowered by demagogues and factions, and at last, despairing of any good success of his affairs in Athens, he sent away his children privately to Euboea, commending them to the care of Elephenor, the son of Chalcedon, and he himself, having solemnly cursed the people of Athens in the village of in which there yet remains the place called Aratyri, or the place of cursing, sailed to Cyrus, where he had lands left him by his father, and friendship, as he thought, with those of the island. Lycomedes was then king of Cyrus. Theseus, therefore, addressed himself to him, and desired to have his lands put into his possession, as designing to settle and to dwell there. Though others say that he came to beg his assistance against the Athenians, but Lycomedes, either jealous of the glory of so great a man, or to gratify Menestheus, having led him up to the highest cliff of the island, on pretense of showing him from thence the lands that he desired, threw him headlong down from the rock, and killed him. Others say he fell down of himself by a slip of his foot, as he was walking there, according to his custom, after supper. At that time there was no notice taken, nor were any concerned for his death, but Menestheus quietly possessed the kingdom of Athens. His sons were brought up in a private condition, and accompanied Elephana to the Trojan War, but after the decease of Menestheus, in that expedition, returned to Athens, and recovered the government. But in succeeding ages, besides several other circumstances that moved the Athenians to honor Theseus as a demigod, in the battle which was fought at Marathon against the Medes, many of the soldiers believed they saw an apparition of Theseus in arms, rushing on at the head of them against the barbarians. And after the Median War, Phaedo being Archon of Athens, Athenians, consulting the oracle at Delphi, were commanded to gather together the bones of Theseus, and, laying them in some honorable place, keep them as sacred in the city. But it was very difficult to recover these relics, or so much as to find out the place where they lay, on account of the inhospitable and savage temper of the barbarous people that inhabited the island. Nevertheless, afterwards, when Simon took the island, as is related in his life, and had a great ambition to find out the place where Theseus was buried, he, by chance, spied an eagle upon a rising ground, pecking with her beak and tearing up the earth with her talons, when on the sudden it came into his mind, as it were by some divine inspiration, to dig in and search for the bones of Theseus. There were found in that place a coffin of a man of more than ordinary size, and a brazen spearhead, and a sword lying by it, all which he took aboard his galley, and brought with him to Athens, upon which the Athenians, greatly delighted, went out to meet and receive the relics with splendid processions and with sacrifices, as if it were Theseus himself returning alive to the city. He lies interred in the middle of the city, near the present gymnasium. His tomb is a sanctuary and refuge for slaves. and all those of mean condition that fly from the persecution of men in power, in memory that Theseus while he lived was an assister and protector of the distressed, and never refused the petitions of the afflicted that fled to him. The chief and most solemn sacrifice which they celebrate to him is kept on the 8th day of Purneption, on which he returned with the Athenian young men from Crete, besides which they sacrifice to him on the 8th day of every month, either because he returned from Troas on the 8th day of as Diodorus, the geographer writes, or else thinking that number 2 be proper to him, because he was reputed to be born of Neptune, because they sacrificed to Neptune on the 8th day of every month, the number 8 being the first cube of an even number, and the double of the first square, seemed to be an emblem of the steadfast and immovable power of this god, who from thence has the names of Asphodius and Gaia, that is, the establisher and stayer of the earth. When he arrived at Crete, as most of the ancient historians as well as poets tell us, having a clue of thread given him by Ariadne, who had fallen in love with him, and being instructed by her how to use it so as to conduct him through the windings of the labyrinth, he escaped out of it and slew the Minotaur, and sailed back, taking along with him Ariadne and the young Athenian captives. Pherecydes adds that he bored holes in the bottoms of the Cretan ships to hinder their pursuit. Demon writes that Taurus, the chief captain of Minos, was slain by Theseus at the mouth of the port, in a naval combat, as he was sailing out for Athens. But Philocarus gives us the story thus, that at the setting forth of the yearly games by King Minos, Taurus was expected to carry away the prize, as he had done before, and was much grudged the honor. His character and manners made his power hateful, and he was accused moreover of too near familiarity with Pasiphae, for which reason, when Theseus desired the combat, Minos readily complied, and as it was a custom in Crete that the women also should be admitted to the sight of these games, Ariadne, being present, was struck with admiration of the manly beauty of Theseus, and the vigor and address which he showed in the combat, overcoming all that encountered with him. Minos, too, being extremely pleased with him, especially because he had overthrown and disgraced Taurus, voluntarily gave up the young captives to Theseus, and remitted the tribute to the Athenians. Cleodemus gives an account peculiar to himself, very ambitiously, and beginning a great way back, that it was a decree consented to by all Greece, that no vessel from any place containing above 5 persons should be permitted to sail, Jason only excepted, who was made captain of the great ship Argo, to sail about and scour the sea of pirates. But Daedalus, having escaped from Crete and flying by sea to Athens, Minos, contrary to this decree, pursued him with his ships of war, was forced by a storm upon Sicily, and there ended his life. After his decease, Deucalion, his son, desiring a quarrel with the Athenians, sent to them, demanding that they should deliver up Daedalus to him, threatening upon their refusal to put to death all the young Athenians whom his father had received as hostages from the city. To this angry message Theseus returned a very gentle answer, excusing himself that he could not deliver up Daedalus, who was nearly related to him, being his cousin german, his mother being Merope, the daughter of THESEUS. In the meanwhile he secretly prepared a navy, part of it at home near the village of the Thymote, a place of no resort, and far from any common roads. The other part by his grandfather Pithoeus' means at Trozen, that so his design might be carried on with the greatest secrecy. As soon as ever his fleet was in readiness, he set sail, having with him Daedalus and other exiles from Crete for his guides, and none of the Cretans having any knowledge of his coming, but imagining when they saw his fleet that they were friends and vessels of their own, he soon made himself master of the port, and immediately making a descent, reached Knossos before any notice of his coming, and in a battle before the gates of the labyrinth put Deucalion and all his guards to the sword, the government by this means falling to Ariadne. He made a league with her, and received the captives of her, and ratified a perpetual friendship between the Athenians and the Cretans, whom he engaged under an oath never again to commence any war with Athens. There are yet many other traditions about these things, and as many concerning Ariadne, all inconsistent with each other. Some relate that she hung herself, being deserted by Theseus. Others that she was carried away by his sailors to the isle of Naxos, and married to Onerus, priest of Bacchus, and that Theseus left her because he fell in love with another, for Eagle's love was burning in his breast. A verse, which Hyrieus, the Megarian, says, was formerly in the poet Hesiod's works, but put out by Peter, in like manner as he added in Homer's raising of the dead, to gratify the Athenians, the line THESEUS, mighty sons of gods. Others say Ariadne had sons also by Theseus, Enopion, and Staphylos, and among these is the poet Ion of Chios, who writes of his own native city which once Enopion, son of Theseus, built. But the more famous of the legendary stories everybody, as I may say, has in his mouth. In Paean, however, the Amathusian, there is a story given differing from the rest. For he writes that Theseus, being driven by a storm upon the Isle of Cyprus, and having aboard with him Ariadne, big with child, and extremely discomposed with the rolling of the sea, set her on shore, and left her there alone, to return himself and help the ship. When, on a sudden, a violent wind carried him again out to sea, that the women of the island received Ariadne, very kindly, and did all they could to console and alleviate our distress at being left behind. That they counterfeited kind letters and delivered them to her, as sent from Theseus when she fell in labor, were diligent in performing to her every needful service, but that she died before she could be delivered, and was honorably interred. That soon after Theseus returned, and was greatly afflicted for her loss, and at his departure left a sum of money among the people of the island, ordering them to do sacrifice to Ariadne, and caused 2 little images to be made and dedicated to her, one of silver and the other of brass. Moreover, that on the 2nd day of which is sacred to Ariadne, they have this ceremony among their sacrifices, to have a youth lie down and with his voice and gesture represent the pains of a woman in travail, and that the Amalzusians call the grove in which they show her tomb the Grove of Venus, Ariadne not differing yet from this account. Some of the Naxions write that there were 2 Minoses and 2 Ariadnes, one of whom, they say, was married to Bacchus in the Isle of Naxos, and bore the children Staphylos and his brother, but that the other of a later age was carried off by Theseus, and, being afterwards deserted by him, retired to Naxos with her nurse Corcina, whose grave they yet show. That this Ariadne also died there, and was worshipped by the island, but in a different manner from the former, for her day is celebrated with general joy and reveling. But all the sacrifices performed to the latter are attended with mourning and gloom. Now Theseus, in his return from Crete, put in at Delos, and, having sacrificed to the god of the island, dedicated to the temple the image of Venus which Ariadne had given him, and danced with the young Athenians, a dance that, in memory of him, they say is still preserved among the inhabitants of Delos, consisting in certain measured turnings and imitative of the windings and twistings of the labyrinth. And this dance, as Ggreek writes, is called among the crane. This he danced round the Ceratonian altar, so called from its consisting of horns taken from the left side of the head. They say also that he instituted games in Delos, where he was the first that began the custom of giving a palm to the victors when they were come near the coast of Attica. So great was the joy for the happy success of their voyage, that neither Theseus himself nor the pilot remembered to hang out the sail, which should have been the token of their safety to each, who, in despair at the sight, threw himself headlong from a rock, and perished in the sea. But Theseus, being arrived at the port of Phalerum, paid there the sacrifices which he had vowed to the gods at his setting out to sea, and sent a herald to the city to carry the news of his safe return. At his entrance, the herald found the people for the most part full of grief for the loss of their king. Others, as may well be believed, as full of joy for the tidings that he brought. and eager to welcome him and crown him with garlands for his good news, which he indeed accepted of, but hung them upon his herald's staff. And thus returning to the seaside before Theseus had finished his libation to the gods, he stayed apart for fear of disturbing the holy rites. But as soon as the libation was ended, went up and related the king's death, upon the hearing of which, with great lamentations and a confused tumult of grief, they ran with all haste to the city. And from hence, they say, it comes that at this day, in the feast of Oscaphoria, the herald is not crowned, but his staff. And all who are present at the libation cry out, Ellalu, Iou, the first of which confused sounds is commonly used by men in haste, or at a triumph. The other is proper to people in consternation or disorder of mind. Theseus, after the funeral of his father, paid his vows to Apollo the 7th day of Puneption. For on that day the youth that returned with them safe from Crete made their entry into the city. They say, also, that the custom of boiling pulse at this feast is derived from hence, because the young men that escaped put all that was left of their provision together, and, boiling it in one common pot, feasted themselves with it, and ate it all up together. Hence, also, they carry in procession an olive branch bound about with wool, such as they then made use of in their supplications, which they call Arisione, crowned with all sorts of fruits, to signify that scarcity and barrenness was ceased, singing in their procession this song. Arisiona, bring figs, and Arisiona, bring loaves. Bring us honey in pints, and oil to rub on our bodice, and a strong flagon of wine. Oh, to go mellow to bed on. Although some hold opinion that this ceremony is retained in memory of thee who were thus entertained and brought up by the Athenians, but most are of the opinion which we have given above. The ship wherein Theseus and the youth of Athens returned had 30 oars, and was preserved by the Athenians down even to the time of Demetrius, for they took away the old planks as they decayed, putting in new and stronger timber in their place, insomuch that this ship became a standing example among the philosophers. For the logical question as to things that grow, one side holding that the ship remained the same, and the other contending that it was not the same. The feast called or the Feast of Boughs, which to this day the Athenians celebrate, was then first instituted by Theseus, for he took not with him the full number of virgins which by lot were to be carried away, but selected 2 youths of his acquaintance, of fair and womanish faces, but of a manly and forward spirit, and having, by frequent baths, and avoiding the heat and scorching of the sun, with a constant use of all the ointments and washes and dresses that serve to the adorning of the head, or smoothing the skin, or improving the complexion, in a manner changed them from what they were before, and having taught them farther to counterfeit the very voice and carriage and gait of virgins, so that there could not be the least difference perceived, he, undiscovered by any, put them into the number of the Athenian maids designed for Crete. At his return, he and these two youths led up a solemn procession, in the same habit that is now worn by those who carry the vine branches. These branches they carry in honor of Bacchus and Ariadne, for the sake of their story before relate, or rather because they happen to return in autumn, the time of gathering the grapes. The women whom they call deep or supper carriers are taken into these ceremonies and assist at the sacrifice in remembrance and imitation of the mothers of the young men and virgins upon whom the lot fell. For thus they ran about bringing bread and meat to their children. And because the women then told their sons and daughters many tales and stories, to comfort and encourage them under the danger they were going upon, it had still continued a custom that at this feast old fables and tales should be told. For these particularities we are indebted to the history of Demon. There was then a place chosen out, and the temple erected in it to Theseus, and those families out of whom the tribute of the youth was gathered were appointed to pay a tax to the temple for sacrifices to him. And the house of the Vitali had the overseeing of these sacrifices, Theseus doing them that honor in recompense of their former hospitality. Now, after the death of his father Aegeus, forming in his mind a great and wonderful design, he gathered together all the inhabitants of Attica into one town, and made them one people of one city, whereas before they lived dispersed, and were not easy to assemble upon any affair for the common interest. Nay, differences and even wars often occurred between them, which he by his persuasions appeased, going from township to township, and from tribe to tribe, and those of a more private and mean condition readily embracing such good advice. To those of greater power he promised a commonwealth without monarchy, a democracy, or people's government in which he should only be continued as their commander in war, and the protector of their laws, all things else being equally distributed among them, and by this means brought a part of them over to his proposal. The rest, fearing his power, which was already grown very formidable, and knowing his courage and resolution, chose rather to be persuaded than forced into a compliance. He then dissolved all the distinct state houses, council halls, and magistracies, and built one common state house and council hall on the site of the present upper town, and gave the name of Athens to the whole state, ordaining a common feast and sacrifice, which he called Panna, or the sacrifice of all the united Athenians. He instituted also another sacrifice called Metoesha, or Feast of Migration, which is yet celebrated on the 16th day of Hecatombion. Then, as he had promised, he laid down his regal power and proceeded to order a commonwealth, entering upon this great work not without advice from the gods, for having sent to consult the oracle of Delphi concerning the fortune of his new government and city, he received this answer: "Son of the Pythian maid, to your town the terms and fates my father gives of many states. Be not anxious nor afraid. The bladder will not fail, so swim on the waves that compass him." Which oracle, they say, one of the Sibyls long after did in a manner repeat to the in this verse, the bladder may be dipped, but not be drowned. Farther yet, designing to enlarge his city, he invited all strangers to come and enjoy equal privileges with the natives, and it is said that the common form, "Come hither all the people," was the words that Theseus proclaimed when he thus set up a commonwealth in a manner for all nations. Yet he did not suffer his state, by the promiscuous multitude that flowed in, to be turned into confusion and be left without any order or degree, but was the first that divided the commonwealth into 3 distinct ranks: the nobleman, the husbandman, and the art, cer, person. 2. The nobility he committed the care of religion, the choice of magistrates, the teaching and dispensing of the law, and interpretation and direction in all sacred matters, the whole city being, as it were, reduced to an exact equality, the nobles excelling the rest in honor, the husbandman in profit, and the artificers in number, and that Theseus was the first who, as Aristotle says, out of an inclination to popular government, parted with the regal power. Homer also seems to testify in his catalogue of the ships, where he gives the name of people to the Athenians only. He also coined money and stamped it with the image of an ox, either in memory of the Marathonian bull or of Taurus, whom he vanquished, or else to put his people in mind to follow husbandry. And from this coin came the expression so frequent among the Greeks of a thing being worth 10 or 100 oxen. After this, he joined Megara to Attica, and erected that famous pillar on the which bears an inscription of 2 lines, showing the bounds of the 2 countries that meet. There, on the east side, the inscription is Peloponnesus. There, Ionia here, and on the west side, Peloponnesus here, Ionia there. He also instituted the games, in emulation of Hercules being ambitious that as the Greek, by that hero's appointment, celebrated the Olympian Games to the honor of Jupiter, So, by his institution, they should celebrate the Isthmian to the honor of Neptune. For those that were there before observed, dedicated to were performed privately in the night, and had the form rather of a religious rite than of an open spectacle or public feast. There are some who say that the Isthmian games were first instituted in memory of Siren, Theseus thus making expiation for his death, upon account of the nearness of kindred between them. Siren being the son of Canethus, and Heniate, the daughter of Pit, though others write that Sinis, not Siren, was their son, and that to his honor, and not to the others, these games were ordained by Theseus. At the same time he made an agreement with the Corinthians that they should allow those that came from Athens to the celebration of the Isthmian games as much space of honor before the rest to behold the spectacle in, as the sail of the ship that brought them thither, stretched to its full extent, could cover. So Hellanicus and Andro of Halicarnassus have established. Herodorus is of opinion that though there were many famous expeditions undertaken by the bravest men of his time, yet Theseus never joined in any of them, once only excepted with the Lapithae in their war against the Centaur. But others say that he accompanied Jason to Colchis and Meleager to the slaying of the Caledonian boar, and that hence it came to be a proverb, not without Theseus, that he himself, however, without aid of any one, performed many glorious exploits, and that from him began the saying, he is a second Hercules. He also joined Adrastus in recovering the bodies of those that were slain before Thebes, but not as Euripides in his tragedy says, by force of arms, but by persuasion and mutual agreement and composition. For so the greater part of the historians write. Philochorus adds further that this was the first treaty that ever was made for the recovering the bodies of the dead. But in the history of Hercules it is shown that it was he who first gave leave to his enemies to carry off their slain. The burying places of the most part are yet to be seen in the village called Eleusis, those of the commanders at Eleusis, where Theseus allotted them a place to oblige The story of Euripides and his suppliants is disproved by Aeschylus in his Eleusinians, where Theseus himself relates the facts as here told. The celebrated friendship between Theseus and Pirithous is said to have been thus begun. The fame of the strength and valor of Theseus being spread through Greece, Pirithous was desirous to make a trial and proof of it himself, and to this end seized a herd of oxen which belonged to Theseus, and was driving them away from Marathon and when news was brought that Theseus pursued him in arms, he did not fly, but turned back and went to meet him. But as soon as they had viewed one another, each so admired the gracefulness and beauty, and was seized with such a respect for the courage of the other, that they forgot all thoughts of fighting, and Pirithous, first stretching out his hand to Theseus, bade him be judge in this case himself, and promised to submit willingly to any penalty he should impose. But Theseus not only forgave him all, but entreated him to be his friend and brother in arms, and they ratified their friendships by oaths. After this, Pirithous married Deidamia and invited Theseus to the wedding, entreating him to come and see his country and make acquaintance with the Lapithae. He had at the same time invited the centaurs to the feast, who, growing hot with wine and beginning to be insolent and wild, and offering violence to the women, the Lapithae took immediate revenge upon them, slaying many of them upon the place, and afterwards, having overcome them in battle, drove the whole race of them out of their country. Theseus all along taking their part and fighting on their side. But Herodorus gives a different relation of these things, that Theseus came not to the assistance of the Lapithae till the war was already begun, and that it was in this journey that he had the first sight of Hercules, having made it his business to find him out at Trachis, where he had chosen to rest himself after all his wanderings and his labors, and that this interview was honorably performed on each part, with extreme respect, goodwill, and admiration of each other. Yet it is more credible, as others write, that there were, before, frequent interviews between them, and that it was by the means of Theseus that Hercules was initiated at Eleusis and purified before initiation, upon account of several rash actions of his former life. Theseus was now 50 years old, as Hellenicus states, when he carried off Helen, who was yet too young to be married. Some writers, to take away this accusation of one of the greatest crimes laid to his charge, say that he did not steal away Helen himself, but that Idas and Lynceus were the ravishers who brought her to him and committed her to his charge, and that, therefore, he refused to restore her at the demand of Castor and Pollux. Or, indeed, they say her own father, Tyndarus, had sent her to be kept by him, for fear of Inerphorus, the son of Hippocoon, who would have carried her away by force when she was yet a child. But the most probable account, and that which has most witnesses on its side, is this: Theseus and Pirithous went both together to Sparta, and, having seized the young lady as she was dancing in the temple of Diana Orthia, fled away with her. There were presently men in arms sent to pursue, but they followed no further than to Tigui, and Theseus and Pirithous, being now out of danger, having passed through Peloponnesus, made an agreement between themselves that he to whom the lot should fall should have Helen to his wife, but should be obliged to assist in procuring another for his friend. The lot fell upon Theseus, who conveyed her to Athens, not being yet marriageable, and delivered her to one of his allies, called Aphidnus, and, having sent his mother Aethra after to take care of her, desired him to keep them so secretly that none might know where they were. which done to return the same service to his friend Pirithous, he accompanied him in his journey to in order to steal away the king of the Molossians' daughter, the king, his own name being or Pluto, called his wife Proserpina, and his daughter Cora, and a great dog which he kept Cerberus, with whom he ordered all that came as suitors to his daughter to fight, and promised her to him that should overcome the beast. But having been informed that the design of Pirithous and his companion was not to court his daughter, but to force her away, he caused them both to be seized, and through Pirithous to be torn in pieces by his dog, and put Theseus into prison and kept him. About this time, Menesthius, the son of Petius, grandson of Orneus, and great-grandson to Erechtheus, the first man that is recorded to have affected popularity and ingratiated himself with the multitude, stirred up and exasperated the most eminent men of the city, who had long borne a secret grudge to Theseus, conceiving that he had robbed them of their several little kingdoms and lordships, and, having pent them all up in one city, was using them as his subjects and slaves. He put also the meaner people into commotion, telling them that, deluded with a mere dream of liberty, though indeed they were deprived both of that and of their proper homes and religious use, instead of many good and gracious kings of their own, they had given themselves up to be lorded over by a newcomer and a stranger, whilst he was thus busied in infecting the minds of the citizens. The war that Castor and Pollux brought against Athens came very opportunely to further the sedition he had been promoting, and some say that he by his persuasions was wholly the cause of their invading the city. At their first approach, they committed no acts of hostility, but peaceably demanded their sister Helen. But the Athenians returned and answered that they neither had her there nor knew where she was disposed of. They prepared to assault the city, when Academus, having, by whatever means, found it out, disclosed to them that she was secretly kept at Athens, for which reason he was both highly honored during his life by Castor and the Lacedaemonians, when often in after times they made incursions into Attica, and destroyed all the country round about, spared the academy for the sake of Academus. But the Kirkus writes that there were two Arcadians in the army of Castor and Pollux, the one called Acadamus, and the other Marathis. From the first, that which is now called Academia was then named in the village Marathon had its name from the other, who, to fulfill some oracle, voluntarily offered himself to be made a sacrifice before battle. As soon as they were arrived at Aphidnae, they overcame their enemies in a set battle, and then assaulted and took the town. And here, they say, Alycus, the son of Siren, was slain of the party of the Dioscuri Castor and Pollux, from whom a place in Megara, where he was buried, is called Alycus to this day. And Hyrieus writes that it was Theseus himself that killed him, in witness of which he cites these verses concerning Alycus. ROMULUS, from whom, and for what reason, the city of Rome, a name so great in glory, and famous in the mouths of all men, was so first called, authors do not agree. Some are of opinion that the Pelasgians, wandering over the greater part of the habitable world, and subduing numerous nations, fixed themselves here, and, from their own great strength in war, called the city Rome. Others, that at the taking of Troy, some few that escaped and met with shipping, put to sea, and, driven by winds, were carried upon the coasts of Tuscany, and came to anchor off the mouth of the river Tiber, where their women, out of heart and weary with the sea, on its being proposed by one of the highest birth and best understanding amongst them, whose name was Roma, burnt the ships, with which act the men at first were angry, but afterwards, of necessity, seating themselves near where things in a short while succeeded far better than they could hope, in that they found the country very good, and the people courteous. They not only did the Lady Roma other honors, but added also this, of calling after her name the city which she had been the occasion of their founding. From this, they say, has come down that custom at Rome, for women to salute their kinsmen, and husbands with kids, because these women, after they had burnt the ships, made use of such endearments when entreating and pacifying their husbands. Some again say that Roma, from whom this city was so called, was daughter of Italis and Lucaria, or, by another account, of Telephus, Hercules' son, and that she was married to Aeneas, or, according to others again, to Ascanius, Aeneas' son. Some tell us that Romanus, the son of Ulysses, and Circe, built it. Some, Romus, the son of Emethion, Demete, having sent him from Troy, and others Romus, king of the Latins, after driving out the Tauri, who had come from Thessaly into Lydia, and from thence into Italy. Those very authors, too, who, in accordance with the safest account, make Romulus give the name to the city, yet differ concerning his birth and family. For some say he was son to Aeneas and Dexithea, daughter of Phoebus, and was with his brother Remus in their infancy carried into Italy, and being on the river, when the waters came down in a flood, all the vessels were cast away, except only that, where the young children were, which being gently landed on a level bank of the river, they were both unexpectedly saved, and from them the place was called Rome. Some say Rama, daughter of the Trojan lady above mentioned, was married to Latinassa, Telemachus' son, and became mother to Romulus. Others that Emilia, daughter of Aeneas, and Lavinia, had him by the god Mars, and others give you mere fables of his origin. For to Tarsheshes, they say, king of Alba, who was a most wicked and cruel man, there appeared in his own house a strange vision, a male figure that rose out of a hearth, and stayed there for many days. There was an oracle of Tethys in Tuscany, which Tarsheshes consulted, and received an answer that a virgin should give herself to the apparition, and that a son should be born of her, highly renowned, eminent for valor, good fortune, and strength of body. Tarsheshes told the prophecy to one of his own daughters, and commanded her to do this thing, which she, avoiding as an indignity, sent her handmaid. Tarsheshes, hearing this, in great anger imprisoned them both, purposing to put them to death, but being deterred from murder by the goddess Vesta, in a dream, enjoined them for their punishment the working a web of cloth in their chains as they were, which when they finished, they should be suffered to marry. But whatever, they worked by day. Tarsheshes commanded others to unravel in the night. In the meantime, the waiting woman was delivered of 2 boys, whom Tarsheshes gave into the hands of one Tiresias, with command to destroy them. He, however, carried and laid them by the river side, where a wolf came and continued to suckle them, while birds of various sorts brought little morsels of food, which they put into their mouths, till a cowherd, spying them, was first strangely surprised, but, venturing to draw nearer, took the children up in his arms. Thus they were saved, and, when they grew up, set upon Tarsheshes, and overcame him. This one Promethean says, who compiled a history of Italy, but the story which is most believed, and has the greatest number of vouchers, was first published, in its chief particulars, amongst the Greeks, by Diocles of Pep, whom Fabius Picta also follows in most points. Here again there are variations, but in general outline it runs. Thus, the kings of Alba reigned in lineal descent from Aeneas, and the succession devolved at length upon 2 brothers, Numitor and Amulius. Amulius proposed to divide things into 2 equal shares, and said as equivalent to the kingdom the treasure and gold that were brought from Troy. Numitor chose the kingdom, but Amulius, having the money, and being able to do more with that than Numitor, took his kingdom from him with great ease, and, fearing lest his daughter might have children, made her a Vestal, bound in that condition forever to live a single and maiden life. This lady some call Elia, others Rhea, and others Sylvia. However, not long after she was, contrary to the established laws of the vessels, discovered to be with child. and should have suffered the most cruel punishment, had not Antho, the king's daughter, mediated with her father for her. Nevertheless, she was confined, and debarred all company, that she might not be delivered without the king's knowledge. In time she brought forth 2 boys, of more than human size and beauty, whom Amulius, becoming yet more alarmed, commanded a servant to take and cast away. This man some call Faustulus. Others say Faustulus was the man who brought them up. He put the children, however, in a small trough, and went towards the river with a design to cast them in. But, seeing the waters much swollen and coming violently down, was afraid to go nearer, and, dropping the children near the bank, went away. The river overflowing, the flood at last bore up the trough, and, gently wafting it, landed them on a smooth piece of ground, which they now call Cermanes, formerly Jamanus, perhaps from which signifies brothers. Near this place grew a wild fig tree, which they called either from Romulus, as it is vulgarly thought, or from ruminating, because cattle did usually in the heat of the day seek cover under it, and there chew the cud, or, better, from the suckling of these children there, or the ancients called the dug or teat of any creature, Ruma. And there is a tutelar goddess of the rearing of children whom they still call Rumelia, in sacrificing to whom they use no wine, but make libations of milk. While the infants lay here, history tells us, a she-wolf nursed them, and a woodpecker constantly fed and watched them. These creatures are esteemed holy to the god Mars, the woodpecker, the Latins, still especially worship and honor, which things, as much as any, gave credit to what the mother of the children said, that their father was the god Mars, though some say that it was a mistake put upon her by him, who himself had come to her dressed up in armor. Others think that the first rise of this fable came from the children's nurse through the ambiguity of her name, for the Latins not only called wolves lupi, but also women of loose life, and such an one was the wife of Faustulus, who nurtured these children, Aca Laurentia, by name. To her the Romans offer sacrifices, and in the month of April the priest of Mars makes libations there. It is called the Laurentian Feast. They honor also another for the following reason, the keeper of Hercules' temple having, it seems, little else to do, proposed to his deity a game at dice, laying down that, if he himself won, he would have something valuable of the god, but if he were beaten, he would spread him a noble table, and procure him a fair lady's company. Upon these terms, throwing first for the god and then for himself, he found himself beaten. Wishing to pay his stakes honorably, and holding himself bound by what he had said, he both provided the deity a good supper, and, giving money to Laurentia, then in her beauty, though not publicly known, gave her a feast in the temple, where he had also laid a bed, and after supper locked her in, as if the god were really to come to her, and indeed, It is said the deity did truly visit her and commanded her in the morning to walk to the marketplace, and whatever man she met first, to salute him and make him her friend. She met one named Tarushius, who was a man advanced in years, fairly rich, without children, and had always lived a single life. He received Laurentia and loved her well, and at his death left her sole heir of all his large and fair possessions, most of which she, in her last will and testament, bequeathed to the people. It was reported of her, being now celebrated and esteemed the mistress of a god, that she suddenly disappeared near the place where the first Laurentia lay buried. The spot is at this day called Velabrum, because the river frequently overflowing. They went over in ferry boats somewhere hereabouts to the Forum, the Latin word for ferrying being villa. Others derive the name from villum, a sail, because the exhibitors of public shows used to hang the road that leads from the Forum to the Circus Maximus with sails, beginning at this spot. Upon these accounts, the second Laurentia is honored at Rome. Meantime, Romulus's swineherd brought up the children without any man's knowledge, or, as those say you wish to keep closer to probabilities, with the knowledge and secret assistance of for it is said they went to school at Gabii, and were well instructed in letters and other accomplishments befitting their birth. And they were called Romulus and Remus from Ruma the Dogga, as we had before, because they were found sucking the water in their very infancy. The size and beauty of their bodies intimated their natural superiority, and when they grew up, they both proved brave and manly, attempting all enterprises that seemed hazardous, and showing in them a courage altogether undaunted. But Romulus seemed rather to act by counsel, and to show the sagacity of a statesman, and in all his dealings with their neighbors, whether relating to feeding of flocks or to hunting, gave the idea of being born rather to rule than to obey. To their comrades and inferiors they were therefore dear. But the king's servants, his bailiffs, and overseers, as being in nothing better men than themselves, they despised and slighted, nor were the least concerned at their commands and menaces. They used honest pastimes and liberal studies, not esteeming sloth and idleness honest and liberal, but rather such exercises as hunting and running, repelling robbers, taking of thieves, and delivering the wronged and oppressed from injury. For doing such things they became famous. A quarrel occurring between Numitas and the latter, not enduring the driving away of their cattle by the other, fell upon them and put them to flight, and rescued the greatest part of the prey, at which Numitor being highly incensed, they little regarded it, but collected and took into their company a number of needy men and runaway slaves, acts which looked like the first stages of rebellion. It so happened that when Romulus was attending a sacrifice, Being fond of sacred rites and divination, Numitor's herdsman, meeting with Remus on a journey with few companions, fell upon him, and, after some fighting, took him prisoner, carried him before Numitor, and there accused him. Numitor would not punish him himself, fearing his brother's anger, but went to Amulius and desired justice, as he was Amulius's brother and was affronted by Amulius's servants, the men of Alba, likewise, resenting the thing, and thinking he had been dishonorably used. Amulius was induced to deliver Remus up into Numitor's hands, to use him as he thought fit. He therefore took and carried him home, and, being struck with admiration of the youth's person, in stature and strength of body exceeding all men, and perceiving in his very countenance the courage and force of his mind, which stood unsubdued and unmoved by his present circumstances, and hearing further that all the enterprises and actions of his life were answerable to what he saw of him, but chiefly, as it seemed, a divine influence aiding and directing the first steps that were to lead to great results out of the mere thought of his mind, and casually, as it were, he put his hand upon the fact, and, in gentle terms and with a kind aspect, to inspire him with confidence and hope, asked him who he was, and whence he was derived. He, taking heart, spoke thus, "I will hide nothing from you, for you seem to be of a more princely temper than in that you give a hearing and examine before you punish, while he condemns before the cause is heard. Formerly, then for we are twins, thought ourselves the sons of Faustulus and Laurentia, the king's servants. But since we have been accused and aspersed with calumnies, and brought in peril of our lives here before you, we hear great things of ourselves, the truth of which my present danger is likely to bring to the test. Our birth is said to have been secret. Our fostering and nurture in our infancy still more strange. By birds and beasts, to whom we were cast out, we were fed by the milk of a wolf and the morsels of a woodpecker, as we lay in a little trough by the side of the river. The trough is still in being, and is preserved with brass plates round it, and an inscription in letters almost which may prove hereafter unavailing tokens to our parents when we are dead and gone. Nomitor. Upon these words, and computing the dates by the young man's looks, slighted not the hope that flattered him, but considered how to come at his daughter privately, for she was still kept under restraint, to talk with her concerning these matters. For hearing Remus was taken and delivered up, called on Romulus to assist in his rescue, informing him then plainly of the particulars of his birth, not but he had before given hints of it, and told as much as an attentive man might make no small conclusions from. He himself, full of concern and fear of not coming in time, took the trough and ran instantly to Namib, but giving a suspicion to some of the king's sentry at his gate, and being gazed upon by them and perplexed with their questions, he let it be seen that he was hiding the trough under his cloak. By chance there was one among them who was at the exposing of the children, and was one employed in the office. He, seeing the trough, and knowing it by its make and inscription, guessed at the business, and, without further delay, telling the king of it, brought in the man to be examined. Faustulus, hard beset, did not show himself altogether proof against terror, nor yet was he wholly forced out of all. Confessed indeed the children were alive, but lived, he said, as shepherds, a great way from Alba. He himself was going to carry the trough to Elia, who had often greatly desired to see and handle it, for a confirmation of her hopes of her children, as men generally do who are troubled in mind and act either in fear or passion. It so fell out Amulius now did, for he sent in haste as a messenger a man otherwise honest and friendly to Numitor, with commands to learn from Numitor whether any tidings were come to him of the children's being alive. He, coming and seeing how little Remus wanted of being received into the arms and embraces of Numitor, both gave him sure confidence in his hope, and advised them, with all expedition, to proceed to action, himself to joining and assisting them, and indeed, had they wished it, the time would not have let them demur, for Romulus was now come very near, and many of the citizens, out of fear and hatred of Amulius, were running out to join him. Besides, he brought great forces with him, divided into companies, each of 100 men, every captain carrying a small bundle of grass and shrubs tied to a pole. The Latins call such bundles manipulian, from hence it is that. In their armies still they call their captains Remus, rousing the citizens within to revolt, and Romulus making attacks from without, the tyrant not knowing either what to do, or what expedient to think of for his security. In this perplexity and confusion was taken and put to death. This narrative, for the most part, given by Fabius and Diocles of Peparethus, who seem to be the earliest historians of the foundation of Rome, is suspected by some because of its dramatic and fictitious appearance. But it would not wholly be disbelieved if men would remember what a poet Fortune sometimes shows herself, and consider that the Roman power would hardly have reached so high a pitch without a divinely ordered origin, attended with great and extraordinary circumstances. Amulius now being dead, and matters quietly disposed, the two brothers would neither dwell in Alba without governing there, nor take the government into their own hands during the life of their grandfather. Having therefore delivered the dominion up into his hands, and paid their mother befitting honor, they resolved to live by themselves, and build a city in the same place where they were in their infancy brought up. This seems the most honorable reason for their departure, though perhaps it was necessary, having such a body of slaves and fugitives collected about them, either to come to nothing by dispersing them, or if not so, then to live with them elsewhere. For that the inhabitants of Elba did not think fugitives worthy of being received and incorporated as citizens among them plainly appears from the matter of the women. An attempt made, not wantonly, but of necessity, because they could not get wives by good will. For they certainly paid unusual respect and honor to those whom they thus forcibly seized, not long after the first foundation of the city. They opened a sanctuary of refuge for all fugitives, which they called the Temple of the god Asileus, where they received and protected all, delivering none back, neither the servant to his master, the debtor to his creditor, nor the murderer into the hands of the magistrate, saying it was a privileged place, and they could so maintain it by an order of the holy oracle, insomuch that the city grew presently very populous, for, they say, it consisted at first of no more than 1,000 houses, but of that hereafter, their minds being fully bent upon building, there arose presently a difference about the place where Romulus chose what was called Roma Quadrata, or the square Rome, and would have the city there. Remus laid out a piece of ground on the Aventine Mount, well fortified by nature, which was from him called Rhamanium, but now Regnarium, concluding at last to decide the contest by a divination from a flight of birds, and placing themselves apart at some distance. Remus, they say, saw 6 vultures, and Romulus double the number. Others say Remus did truly see his number, and that Romulus feigned his, but when Remus came to him, that then he did indeed see. Hence it is that the Romans, in their divinations from birds, chiefly regard the vulture, though Herodorus Ponticus relates that Hercules was always very joyful when a vulture appeared to him upon any action, for it is a creature the least hurtful of any, pernicious neither to corn fruit tree, nor cat. It preys only upon carrion, and never kills or hurts any living thing. And as for birds, it touches not them, though they are dead, as being of its own species, whereas eagles, owls, and hawks mangle and kill their own fellow creatures. Yet, as Aeschylus says, what bird is clean that preys on fellow bird? Besides, all other birds are, so to say, never out of our eyes. They let themselves be seen of us continually. But a vulture is a very rare sight, and you can seldom meet with a man that has seen their young. Their rarity and infrequency has raised a strange opinion in some, that they come to us from some other world. as soothsayers ascribe a divine origination to all things not produced either of nature or of themselves. When Remus knew the cheat, he was much displeased. And as Romulus was casting up a ditch where he designed the foundation of the city wall, he turned some pieces of the work to ridicule and obstructed others. At last, as he was in contempt, leaping over it, some say Romulus himself struck him, others Celeer, one of his companions. He fell, however, and in the scuffle Faustulus also was slain, and Plistinus who, being Fastulus's brother, story tells us, helped to bring up Romulus. Celer, upon this, fled instantly into Tuscany, and from him the Romans call all men that are swift of foot, and because Quintus Metellus at his father's funeral, in a few days' time gave the people a show of gladiators. Admiring his expedition in getting it ready, they gave him the name of Celeer Romulus, having buried his brother Remus, together with his 2 foster fathers, on the Mount Ramonia, set to building his city, and sent for men out of Tuscany, who directed him by sacred usages and written rules in all the ceremonies to be observed, as in a religious rite. First, they dug a round trench about that which is now the Comitium, or Court of Assembly, and into it solemnly threw the first fruits of all things, either good by custom or necessary by nature. Lastly, every man taking a small piece of earth of the country from whence he came, they all threw them in promiscuously together. This trench they call, as they do the heavens, making which their center, they described the city in a circle round it. Then the founder fitted to a plough a brazen ploughshare, and yoking together a bull and a cow, drove himself a deep line or furrow round the bounds, while the business of those that followed after was to see that whatever earth was thrown up should be turned all inwards towards the city, and not to let any clod lie outside. With this line they described the wall and called it, by a contraction, Pomitium. That is, post murum, after or beside the wall. And where they designed to make a gate, there they took out the share, carried the plough over, and left a space, for which reason they consider the whole wall as holy, except where the gates are, for had they adjudged them also sacred, they could not, without offense to religion, have given free ingress and egress for the necessaries of human life, some of which are in themselves unclean. As for the day they began to build the city, it is universally agreed to have been the 21st of April. And that day the Romans annually keep holy, calling it their country's birthday. At first, they say, they sacrifice to no living creature. thinking it fit to preserve the feast of their country's birthday pure and without stain of blood. Yet before ever the city was built, there was a feast of herdsmen and shepherds kept on this day, which went by the name of Pali. The Roman and Greek months have now little or no agreement. They say, however, the day on which Romulus began to build was quite certainly the 30th of the month, at which time there was an eclipse of the sun, which they conceive to be that seen by the Tiam poet in the 3rd year of the 6th Olympiad. In the times of Varro the philosopher, a man deeply read in Roman history, lived one Tarutius, his familiar acquaintance, a good philosopher and mathematician, and one, too, that out of curiosity had studied the way of drawing schemes and tables, and was thought to be a proficient in the art. To him Varro propounded to cast Romulus's nativity, even to the first day and hour, making his deductions from the several events of the man's life which he should be informed of, exactly as in working back a geometrical problem. For it belonged, he said, to the same science both to foretell a man's life by knowing the time of his birth, and also to find out his birth by the knowledge of his life. This task Tarutius undertook, and first looking into the actions and casualties of the man, together with the time of his life and manner of his death, and then comparing all these remarks together, he very confidently and positively pronounced that Romulus was conceived in his mother's womb, the 1st year of the 2nd Olympiad, the 23rd day of the month the Egyptians call Choet, and the 3rd hour after sunset, at which time there was a total eclipse of the sun, that he was born the 21st day of the month Oath, about sunrise, and that the first stone of Rome was laid by him the 9th day of the month Farmuthi, between the 2nd and 3rd hour. For the fortunes of cities as well as of men, they think, have their certain periods of time prefixed, which may be collected and foreknown from the position of the stars at their first foundation. But these and the like relations may perhaps not so much take and delight the reader with their novelty and curiosity, as offend him by their extravagance. The city now being built, Romulus enlisted all that were of age to bear arms into military companies, each company consisting of 3,000 footmen and 300 horse. These companies were called legions, because they were the choicest and most select of the people for fighting men. The rest of the multitude he called the people. 100 of the most eminent he chose for counselors. These he styled patricians, and their assembly the Senate, which signifies a council of elders. The patricians, some say, were so called because they were the fathers of lawful children. Others, because they could give a good account who their own fathers were, which not every one of the rabble that poured into the city at first could do. Others from patronage, their word for protection of inferiors, the origin of which they attribute to patron, one of those that came over with event, who was a great protector and defender of the weak and needy. But perhaps the most probable judgment might be that Romulus, esteeming it the duty of the chiefest and wealthiest men, with a fatherly care and concern to look after the meaner, and also encouraging the commonalty not to dread or be aggrieved at the honors of their superiors, but to love and respect them, and to think and call them their fathers, might from hence give them the name of patricians. For at this very time all foreigners give senators the style of lords. But the Romans, making use of a more honorable and less invidious name, call them pates, conscript. At first indeed simply paters, but afterwards, more being added, pateris conscripti. By this more imposing title he distinguished the Senate from the populace, and in other ways also separated the nobles and the commons, calling them patrons, and these their clients, by which means he created wonderful love and amity between them, productive of great justice in their dealing, for they were always their clients' counselors in law cases, their advocates in courts of justice, in fine their advisers and supporters in all affairs whatever. These again faithfully served their patrons, not only paying them all respect and deference, but also, in case of poverty, helping them to portion their daughters and pay off their debts, and for a patron to witness against his client, or a client against his patron, was what no law nor magistrate could enforce. In after times, all other duties subsisting still between them, it was thought mean and dishonorable for the better sort to take money from their inferiors. And so much of these matters in the 4th month after the city was built, as Fabius writes, the adventure of stealing the women was attempted, and some say Romulus himself, being naturally a martial man, and predisposed to, perhaps by certain oracles, to believe the fates had ordained the future growth and greatness of Rome should depend upon the benefit of war. Upon these accounts first offered violence to the Sabines, since he took away only 30 virgins, more to give an occasion of war than out of any want of women. But this is not very probable. It would seem rather that, observing his city to be filled by a confluence of foreigners, few of whom had wives, and that the multitude in general, consisting of a mixture of mean and obscure men, fell under contempt, and seemed to be of no long continuance together, and hoping farther, after the women were appeased, to make this injury in some measure an occasion of confederacy and mutual commerce with the Sabines, he took in hand this exploit after this manner. First, he gave it out as if he had found an altar of a certain god hid underground. The god they called Consus, either the god of counsel, for they still call a consultation consilium and their chief magistrates consuls, namely, counselors, or else the equestrian Neptune, for the altar is kept covered in the Circus Maximus at all other times, and only at horse races is exposed to public view. Others merely say that this god had his altar hid underground because counsel ought to be secret and concealed. Upon discovery of this altar, Romulus, by proclamation, appointed a day for a splendid sacrifice and for public games and shows, to entertain all sorts of people. Many flocked thither, and he himself sat in front, amidst his nobles, clad in purple. Now the signal for their falling on was to be whenever he rose and gathered up his robe and threw it over his body. His men stood all ready armed, with their eyes intent upon him. And when the sign was given, drawing their swords and falling on with a great shout, they ravished away the daughters of the Sabines, they themselves flying without any lead or hindrance. They say there were but 30 taken, and from them the curae or fraternities were named. But Valeris and THESEUS, says 527, Juba, 683 virgins, which was indeed the greatest excuse Romulus could allege, namely, that they had taken no married woman, save one only, Hecilia by name, and her too unknowingly, which showed they did not commit this rape wantonly, but with a design purely of forming alliance with their neighbors by the greatest and surest bonds. This Hecilia, some say, Hostilius married the most eminent man among the Romans. Others, Romulus himself, and that she bore 2 children to him, a daughter, by reason of primogeniture called Prima, and one only son, whom from the great concourse of citizens to him at that time he called Aeolus, but after Agis, Abilius. But Zenodotus, the Trozenian, in giving this account, is contradicted by many. Among those who committed this rape upon the virgins, there were, they say, as it so then happened, some of the meaner sort of men who were carrying off a damsel, excelling all in beauty and comeliness of stature, whom, when some of superior rank that met them attempted to take away, they cried out they were carrying her to THESEUS, a young man indeed, but brave and worthy. Hearing that, they commended and applauded them loudly, and also some turning back, accompanied them with good will and pleasure, shouting out the name of THESEUS. Hence the Romans to this very time, at their weddings, sing Telasius for their nuptial word, as the Greeks do Hymanius, because, they say, Telasius was very happy in his marriage, but Sextius Sylla, the Carthaginian, a man wanting neither learning nor ingenuity, told me Romulus gave this word as a sign when to begin the onset. Everybody, therefore, who made prize of a maiden, cried out Telasius, and for that reason the custom continues so now at marriages. But most are of opinion, of whom Juba particularly is one, that this word was used to new married women by way of incitement to good housewifery and talasia spinning, as we say in Greek. Greek words at that time not being as yet overpowered by Italian. But if this be the case, and if the Romans did at that time use the word talasia, as we do, a man might fancy a more probable reason of the custom. For when the Sabines, after the war against the Romans, were reconciled, conditions were made concerning their women, that they should be obliged to do no other servile offices to their husbands but what concerned spinning. It was customary, therefore, ever after, at weddings, for those that gave the bride or escorted her or otherwise were present, sportingly to say Telasius, intimating that she was henceforth to serve in spinning and no more. It continues also a custom at this very day for the bride not of herself to pass her husband's threshold, but to be lifted over in memory that the Sabine virgins were carried in by violence, and did not go in of their own will. Some say, too, the custom of parting the bride's hair with the head of a spear was in token. Their marriages began at first by war and acts of hostility, of which I have spoken more fully in my book of questions. This rape was committed on the 18th day of the month Sextilis, now called August, on which the solemnities of the Consuelia are kept. The Sabines were a numerous and martial people, but lived in small, unfortified villages, as it befitted. They thought a colony of the Lacedaemonians to be bold and fearless. Nevertheless, seeing themselves bound by such hostages to their good behavior, and being solicitous for their daughters, they sent ambassadors to Romulus with fair and equitable requests that he would return their young women and recall that act of violence, and afterwards, by persuasion and lawful means, seek friendly correspondence between both nations. Romulus would not part with the young women, yet proposed to the Sabines to enter into an alliance with them, upon which point some consulted and demurred long. But Acron, king of the sea nymphs, a man of high spirit and a good warrior, who had all along a jealousy of Romulus's bold attempts, and considering particularly from this exploit upon the women that he was growing formidable to all people, and indeed insufferable, were he not chastised, first rose up in arms, and with a powerful army advanced against him. Romulus likewise prepared to receive him. But when they came within sight and viewed each other, they made a challenge to fight a single duel, the armies standing by under arms without participation, and Romulus making a vow to Jupiter, if he should conquer, to carry himself and dedicate his adversary's armor to his honor, overcame him in combat, and a battle ensuing, routed his army also, and then took his city. But did those he found in it no injury, only commanded them to demolish the place and attend him to Rome, there to be admitted to all the privileges of citizens. And indeed there was nothing did more advance the greatness of Rome than that she did always unite and incorporate those whom she conquered into herself. Romulus, that he might perform his vow in the most acceptable manner to Jupiter, and withal make the pomp of it delightful to the eye of the city, cut down a tall oak which he saw growing in the camp, which he trimmed to the shape of a trophy, and fastened on it Acron's whole suit of armor disposed in proper form. Then he himself, girding his clothes about him, and crowning his head with a laurel garland, his hair gracefully flowing, carried the trophy resting erect upon his right shoulder, and so marched on, singing songs of triumph, and his whole army following after, the citizens all receiving him with acclamations of joy and wonder. The procession of this day was the origin and model of all after triumphs. This trophy was styled an offering to Jupiter Feretrius, from ferere, which in Latin is to smite, for Romulus prayed he might smite and overthrow his enemy. And the spoils were called opaima, or royal spoils, says Varro, from their richness, which the word opes signifies, though one would more probably conjecture from opus, an act, for it is only to the general of an army who with his own hand kills his enemies, general, that this honor is granted of offering the opaima. And 3 only of the Roman captains have had it conferred on them. First, Romulus, upon killing Acron the Senon. Next, Cornelius Cassius, for slaying Tolumnius the Tuscan. And lastly, Claudius Marcellus, upon his conquering king of the Gauls. The 2 latter, Cassius and Marcellus, made their entries in triumphant chariots, bearing their trophies themselves. But that Romulus made use of a chariot, Dionysius is wrong in asserting. History says Tarquinius Demaratus's son was the first that brought triumphs to this great pomp and grandeur. Others, that Publicola was the first that wrote in triumph. The statues of Romulus in triumph are, as may be seen in Rome, all on foot that, after the overthrow of the Senine ship, the other Sabines still protracting the time in preparations, the people of Fidna, Crustomerium, and Antemna joined their forces against the Romans, They in like manner were defeated in battle, and surrendered up to Romulus their cities to be seized, their lands and territories to be divided, and themselves to be transplanted to Rome. All the lands which Romulus acquired, he distributed among the citizens, except only what the parents of the stolen virgins had. These he suffered to possess their own. The rest of the Sabines, enraged hereat, choosing THESEUS their captain, marched straight against Rome. The city was almost inaccessible, having for its fortress that which is now the capital, where a strong god was placed, and Tarpeus, their captain, not Tarpeia, the virgin, as some say, who would make Romulus a fool, but Tarpeia daughter to the captain, coveting the golden bracelets she saw them wear, betrayed the fort into the Sabines' hands, and asked, in reward of her treachery, the things they wore on their left arms. THESEUS conditioning thus with her. In the night she opened one of the gates, and received the Sabines in, and truly Antigonus, it would seem, was not solitary in saying he loved betrayers, but hated those who had betrayed. Nor Caesar, who told Remitusus, the Thracian, that he loved the treason, but hated the traitor. But it is the general feeling of all who have occasion for wicked men's service, as people have for the poison of venomous beasts. They are glad of them while they are of use, and abhor their baseness when it is over. And so then did THESEUS behave towards Tarpeia, for he commanded the Sabines, in regard to their contract, not to refuse her the least part of what they wore on their left arms. And he himself first took his bracelet of his arm, and threw that, together with his buckler, at her, and all the rest following. She, being borne down and quite buried with the multitude of gold in their shields, died under the weight and pressure of them. Tarpeus, also, himself, being prosecuted by Romulus, was found guilty of treason, as Juba says Sulpicius Galba relates, those who write otherwise concerning Tarpeia, as that she was the daughter of THESEUS, the Sabine captain, and, being forcibly detained by Romulus, acted and suffered thus by her father Isconturibans, speak very absurdly, of whom Antigonus is one, and Semillus, the poet, who thinks Tarpeia betrayed the capital, not to the Sabines, but the Gauls, having fallen in love with their king, talks mere folly, saying thus Tarpeia, who, dwelling close thereby, laid open Rome unto the enemy, she, for the love of the besieging Gaul, betrayed the city's strength, the capital and a little after, speaking of her death, the numerous nations of the Celtic Phobor, her not living to the banks of Po, their heavy shields upon the maid they threw, and with their splendid gifts entombed at once and slew. Tarpeia afterwards was buried there, and the hill from her was called Tarpeia until the reign of King Tarquin, who dedicated the place to Jupiter, at which time her bones were removed, and so it lost her name, except only that part of the capital which they still call the Tarpeian Rock, from which they used to cast down malefactors, the Sabines being possessed of the hill, Romulus, in great fury, bade them battle, and THESEUS was confident to accept it, perceiving, if they were overpowered, that they had behind them a secure retreat, the level in the middle, where they were to join battle. Being surrounded with many little hills seemed to enforce both parties to a sharp and desperate conflict. By reason of the difficulties of the place, which had but a few outlets, inconveniently the for refuge or pursuit, it happened to the river having overflowed not many days before, there was left behind in the plain, where now the forum stands, a deep-lined mud and slime which, though it did not appear much to the eye, and was not easily avoided, at bottom was deceitful and dangerous, upon which the Sabines, being unwarily about to enter, met with a piece of good fortune. For THESEUS, a gallant man, eager of honor, and of aspiring thoughts, being mounted on horseback, was galloping on before the rest, and mired his horse here, and endeavoring for a while by whip and spur and voice to disentangle him, but finding it impossible, quitted him, and saved himself. The place from him to this very time is called the Curtian Lake. The Sabines, having avoided this danger, began the fight very smartly, the fortune of the day being very dubious, though many were slain, amongst whom was Hostilius, who, they say, was husband to and grandfather to that Hostilius, who reigned after Numa. There were many other brief conflicts, we may suppose, but the most memorable was the last, in which Romulus, having received a wound on his head by a stone, and being almost felled to the ground by it, and disabled, the Romans gave way, and, being driven out of the level ground, fled towards the Palatium. Romulus, by this time recovering from his wound a little, turned about to renew the battle, and, facing the flyers, with a loud voice encouraged them to stand and fight. But being overborne with numbers, and nobody daring to face about, stretching out his hands to heaven, he prayed to Jupiter to stop the army, and not to neglect, but maintain, the Roman cause, now in extreme danger. The prayer was no sooner made than shame and respect for their king Chet, many, the fears of the fugitives changed suddenly into confidence. The place they first stood at was where now is the temple of Jupiter Stator, which may be translated the Stayer. There they rallied again into ranks, and repulsed the Sabines to the place called now Regia, and to the temple of Vesta, where both parties, preparing to begin a second battle, were prevented by a spectacle strange to behold, and defying description, for the daughters of the Sabines, who had been carried off, came running in great confusion, some on this side, some on that, with miserable cries and lamentations, like creatures possessed, in the midst of the army, and among the dead bodies, to come at their husbands and their fathers, some with their young babes in their arms, others their hair loose about their ears, but calling now upon the Sabbath, now upon the Romans, in the most tender and endearing words. Hereupon both melted into compassion, and fell back to make room for them between the armies. The sight of the women carried sorrow and commiseration upon both sides into the hearts of all, but still more their words, which began with expostulation and ended with entreaty and supplication, wherein, say they, have we injured or offended you, as to deserve such sufferings, past and present? We were ravished away unjustly and violently by those whose now we are. That being done, we were so long neglected by our fathers, our brothers and countrymen, that time, having now by the strictest bonds united us to those we once mortally hated, has made it impossible for us not to tremble at the danger and weep at the death of the very men who once used violence to us. You did not come to vindicate our honor while we were virgins against our assailants, but do come now to force away wives from their husbands and mothers from their children, a succor more grievous to its wretched objects than the former betrayal and neglect of them. Which shall we call the worst, their love-making or your compassion? If you were making war upon any other occasion, for our sakes you ought to withhold your hands from those to whom we have made you fathers-in-law. If it be for our own cause, then take us, and with us your sons-in-law and grandchildren. Restore to us our parents and kindred, but do not rob us of our children and husbands. Make us not, we entreat you, twice captives. Hercelia, having spoken many such words as these, and the others earnestly praying, a truce was made, and the chief officers came to a parley. The women, in the meantime, brought and presented their husbands and children to their fathers and brothers, gave those that wanted meat and drink, and carried the wounded home to be cured, and showed also how much they governed with endorse, and how indulgent their husbands were to them, in demeaning themselves towards them with all kindness and respect imaginable. Upon this, conditions were agreed upon, that what women pleased might stay where they were, exempt, as aforesaid, from all drudgery and labor but spinning, that the Romans and Sabines should inhabit the city together, that the city should be called Rome, from Romulus, but the Romans Quarites, from the country of THESEUS, and that they both should govern and command in common. The place of the ratification is still called Comedium, from qua, to meet, the city being thus doubled in number. 100 of the Sabines were elected senators, and the legions were increased to 6,000 foot and 600 horse. Then they divided the people into 3 tribes. The first, from Romulus, named remnants. The second, from THESEUS, the third, Lucis, from the Lucus, or grove, where the asylum stood, whither many fled for sanctuary, and were received into the city, and that they were just 3. The very name of tribe and tribune seems to show. Each tribe contained 10 curae, or brotherhoods, which, some say, took their names from the Sabine women. But that seems to be false, because many had their names from various places. Though it is true, they then constituted many things in honor to the women, as to give them the way wherever they met them, to speak no ill word in their presence, not to appear naked before them, or else be liable to prosecution before the judges of homicide, that their children should wear an ornament about their necks called a bulla, because it was like a bauble, and the praetexta, a gown edged with purple. The princes did not immediately join in council together, but at first each met with his own 100. Afterwards, all assembled together. THESEUS dwelt where now the temple of Monata stands, and Romulus, close by the steps, as they call them, of the fair shore, near the descent from the Mount Palatine to the Circus Maximus. There, they say, grew the holy cornel tree, of which they report that Romulus once, to try his strength, threw a dart from the Aventine Mount, the staff of which was made of cornel, which struck so deep into the ground that no one of many that tried could pluck it up, and the soil, being fertile, gave nourishment to the wood, which sent forth branches, and produced a cornel stalk of considerable bigness. This did posterity preserve and worship as one of the most sacred things, and therefore walled it about, and if to any one it appeared not green nor flourishing, but inclining to pine and wither, he immediately made outcry to all he met, and they, like people hearing of a house on fire, with one accord would cry for water, and run from all parts with buckets full to the place. But when Caius Caesar, they say, was repairing the steps about it, some of the laborers digging too close, the roots were destroyed, and the tree withered. The Sabines adopted their Roman months, of which whatever is remarkable is mentioned in the life of Numa. Romulus, on the other hand, adopted their long shield, and changed his own armor and that of all the Romans, who, before war round targets of the Argive pattern, feasts and sacrifices they partook of in common, not abolishing any which either nation observed before, and instituting several new ones, of which one was the matronalia, instituted in honor of the women, for their extinction of the war. Likewise the Carmentalia, this Carmenta, some think a deity presiding over human birth, for which reason she is much honored by mothers. Others say she was the wife of Evander, the Arcadian, being a prophetess and want to deliver her oracles in verse. And from Carmen, a verse was called Carmenta, her proper name being Neek. Others more probably derive Carmenta from Karen's ment, or insane, in allusion to her prophetic frenzies. Of the feast of Falilia, we have spoken before. The Lupercalia, by the time of its celebration, may seem to be a feast of purification, for it is solemnized on the Disney or non-court days of the month February, which name signifies pure, and the very day of the feast was anciently called February, but its name is equivalent to the Greek Lycia, and it seems thus to be of great antiquity, and brought in by the Arcadians, who came with even. Yet this is but dubious, for it may come as well from the wolf that nursed Romulus, and we see the Lupeci, the priests, begin their course from the place where they say Romulus was exposed. But the ceremonies performed in it render the origin of the thing more difficult to be guessed at, for there are goats killed, then 2 young noblemen's sons being brought. Some are to stain their foreheads with the bloody knife, others presently to wipe it off with wool dipped in milk. Then the young boys must laugh after their foreheads are wiped. That done, having cut the goat skins into thongs, they run about naked, only with something about their middle, lashing all they meet, and the young wives do not avoid their strokes, fancying they will help conception and childbirth. Another thing peculiar to this feast is for the Lupetici to sacrifice a dog. But as a certain poet who wrote fabulous explanations of Roman customs in elegiac verse says that Romulus and Remus after the conquest of Amul, and that in imitation of that this feast was held, and 2 young noblemen ran striking at all, as when from Alba town, with sword in hand, the twins came hurrying down, and that the bloody knife applied to their foreheads was a sign of the danger and bloodshed of that day. The cleansing of them in milk, a remembrance of their food and nourishment. Caius Acilius writes that before the city was built, the cattle of Romulus and Remus one day, going astray, they, praying to the god Faunus, ran out to seek them naked, wishing not to be troubled with sweat, and that this is why the Luperci run naked. If the sacrifice be by way of purification, a dog might very well be sacrificed, for the Greeks, in their lustrations, carry out young dogs, and frequently use this ceremony of Parisilasismus, as they call it, or if again it is a sacrifice of gratitude to the wolf that nourished and preserved Romulus. There is good reason in killing a dog as being an enemy to wolves. Unless indeed, after all, the creature is punished for hindering the Lupeci in their running. They say, too, Romulus was the first that consecrated holy fire, and instituted holy virgins to keep it, called Vestos. Others ascribe it to Numa Pompilius, agreeing, however, that Romulus was otherwise eminently religious and skilled in divination, and for that reason carried a crooked rod, with which soothsayers described the quarters of the heavens when they said to observe the flights of birds. This of his, being kept in the Palatium, was lost when the city was taken by the Gauls, and afterwards, that barbarous people being driven out, was found in the ruins, under a great heap of ashes, untouched by the fire, all things about it being consumed and burned. He instituted also certain laws, one of which is somewhat severe, which suffers not a wife to leave her husband, but grants a husband power to turn off his wife, either upon poisoning her children, or counterfeiting his keys, or for adultery. But if the husband upon any other occasion put her away, he ordered one moiety of his estate to be given to the wife, the other to fall to the goddess Ceres, and whoever cast off his wife, to make an atonement by sacrifice to the gods of the dead. This too is observable as a singular thing in Romulus, that he appointed no punishment for real parricide, but called all murders so, thinking the one an accursed thing, but the other a thing impossible. And for a long time his judgment seemed to have been right, for in almost 600 years together nobody committed the like in Rome, and Lucius Hostius, after the wars of Hannibal, is recorded to have been the first parricide. Let thus much suffice concerning these matters. In the 5th year of the reign of THESEUS, some of his friends and kinsmen, meeting ambassadors coming from Laurentum to Rome, attempted on the road to take away their money by force, and upon their resistance, killed them. So great a villainy having been committed, Romulus thought the malefactors ought at once to be punished, but Tatius shuffled off and deferred the execution of it. And this one thing was the beginning of open quarrel between them. In all other respects, they were very careful of their conduct, and administered affairs together with great unanimity. The relations of the slain, being debarred of lawful satisfaction by reason of Tatius, fell upon him as he was sacrificing with Romulus at Lavinium, and slew him, but escorted Romulus home, commending and extolling him for a just prince. Romulus took the body of Tatius and buried it very splendidly in the Aventine Mount, near the place called Armilustrium, but altogether neglected revenging his murder. Some authors write, the city of Laurentum, fearing the consequence, delivered up the murderers of Tatius, but Romulus dismissed them, saying, one murder was requited with another. This gave occasion of talk and jealousy, as if he were well pleased at the removal of his copartner in the government. Nothing of these things, however, raised any sort of feud or disturbance among the Sabines, but some out of love to him, others out of fear of his power, some again reverencing him as a... They all continued living peacefully in admiration and awe of him. Many foreign nations, too, showed respect to Romulus, the ancient Latins sent, and entered into league and confederacy with him. Fidna he took, a neighboring city to Rome, by a party of horse, as some say, whom he sent before with commands to cut down the hinges of the gates, himself afterwards unexpectedly coming up. Others say, they having first made the invasion, plundering and ravaging the country and suburbs, Romulus lay in ambush for them, and, having killed many of their men, took the city, but, nevertheless, did not raze or demolish it, but made it a Roman colony, and sent thither, on the Ides of April, 2,500 inhabitants. Soon after a plague broke out, causing sudden death without any previous sickness. It infected also the corn with unfruitfulness, and cattle with barrenness. There rained blood, too, in the city, so that, to their actual sufferings, fear of the wrath of the gods was added. But when the same mischiefs fell upon Laurentum, then everybody judged it was divine vengeance that fell upon both cities, for the neglect of executing justice upon the murder of THESEUS and the ambassador. But the murderers on both sides being delivered up and punished, the pestilence visibly abated, and Romulus purified the cities with lustrations, which, they say, even now are performed at the wood called Ferentina. But before the plague ceased, the Camertines invaded the Romans and overran the country, thinking them, by reason of the distemper, unable to resist. But Romulus at once made head against them, and gained the victory, with the slaughter of 6,000 men, then took their city, and brought half of those he found there to Rome, sending from Rome to Camirium double the number he left there. This was done the 1st of August. So many citizens had he to spare in 16 years' time from his first founding Rome. Among other spoils, he took a brazen 4-horse chariot from Cameria, which he placed in the temple of Vulcan, setting on it his own statue, with a figure of victory crowning him. The Roman cause thus daily gathering strength, their weaker neighbors shrunk away, and were thankful to be left untouched. But the stronger, out of fear or envy, thought they ought not to give way to Romulus, but to curb and put a stop to his growing greatness. The first were the Ventes, a people of Tuscany, who had large possessions, and dwelt in a spacious city. They took occasion to commence a war by claiming Fidna as belonging to them. A thing not only very unreasonable, but very ridiculous, that they who did not assist them in the greatest extremities, but permitted them to be slain, should challenge their lands and houses when in the hands of others. But being scornfully retorted upon by Romulus and his answers, they divided themselves into 2 bodies. With one they attacked the garrison of Fidna, the other marched against Romulus. That which went against Fidna got the victory, and slew 2,000 Romans. The other was worsted by Romulus with the loss of 8,000 men. A fresh battle was fought near, and here all men acknowledged the day's success to have been chiefly the work of Romulus himself, who showed the highest skill as well as courage, and seemed to manifest a strength and swiftness more than human. But what's right that of 14,000 that fell that day, above half were slain by Romulus's own hand, verges too near to fable, and is, indeed, simply incredible, since even the Messenians are thought to go too far in saying that Aristomenes 3 times offered sacrifice for the death of 100 enemies, Lacedaemonians, slain by himself. The army being thus routed, Romulus, suffering those that were left to make their escape, led his forces against the city. They, having suffered such great losses, did not venture to oppose, but, humbly suing to him, made a league and friendship for 100 years, surrendering also a large district of land called Septempagum, that is, the 7 parts, as also their saltworks upon the river, and 50 noblemen for hostages. He made his triumph for this on the Ides of October, leading, among the rest of his many captives, the general of the Veantes, an elderly man, but who had not, it seemed, acted with the prudence of age, whence, even now, in sacrifices for victories, they lead an old man through the marketplace to the capital, apparelled in purple, with a bulla or child's toy tied to it, and the crier cries Sardians to be sold, for the Tuscans are said to be a colony of the Sardians, and the Ventes are a city of Tuscany. This was the last battle Romulus ever fought. Afterwards he, as most, nay all men, very few excepted, do, who are raised by great and miraculous good haps of fortune to power and greatness, so, I say, did he, relying upon his own great actions, and growing of an haughtier mind, he forsook his popular behavior for kingly arrogance, odious to the people, to whom in particular the state which he assumed was hateful, for he dressed in scarlet, with a purple-bordered robe over it. He gave audience on a couch of state, having always about him some young men called from their swiftness in doing commissions. There went before him others with staves, to make room, with leather thongs tied on their bodies, to bind on the moment whomever he commanded. The Latins formerly used ligare in the same sense as now alligare, to bind, whence the name lictors for these officers, and bacula, or staves, for their rods. Because staves were then used, it is probable, however, they were first called lit. Afterwards, by putting in a c, lictors, or, in Greek, liturgy, or people's offices. For litos is still Greek for the commons, and laus for the people in general. But when after the death of his grandfather Numitor, Inal, the throne devolving upon Romulus, he, to court the people, put the government into their own hands and appointed an annual magistrate over the Albans. This taught the great men of Rome to seek after a free and anti-monarchical state, wherein all might in turn be subjects and rulers. For neither were the patricians any longer admitted to state affairs, only had the name and title left them, convening in council rather for fashion's sake than advice, where they heard in silence the king's commands, and so departed, exceeding the commonalty only in hearing first what was done. These and the like were matters of small moment. But when he of his own accord parted among his soldiers, what lands were acquired by war, and restored the vientes terra hostages, the Senate neither consenting nor approving of it, then, indeed, he seemed to put a great affront upon them, so that, on his sudden and strange disappearance a short while after, the Senate fell under suspicion and calumny. He disappeared on the nones of July, as they now call the month which was then Quintilis, leaving nothing of certainty to be related of his death. Only the time, as just mentioned. For on that day many ceremonies are still performed in representation of what happened. Neither is this uncertainty to be thought strange, seeing the manner of the death of Scipio Africanus, who died at his own home after supper, has been found capable neither of proof or disproof. For some say he died a natural death, being of a sickly habit. Others, that he poisoned himself. Others, again, that his enemies, breaking in upon him in the night, stifled him. Yet Scipio's dead body lay open to be seen of all, and any one, from his own observation, might form his suspicions and conjectures, whereas Romulus, when he vanished, left neither the least part of his body nor any remnant of his clothes to be seen, so that some fancied the senators, having fallen upon him ill, the temple of Vulcan cut his body into pieces and took each a part away in his bosom. Others think his disappearance was neither in the temple of Vulcan, nor with the senators only by, but that it came to pass that, as he was haranguing the people without the city, near a place called the Goat's Marsh, on a sudden strange and unaccountable disorders and alterations took place in the air. The face of the sun was darkened, and the day turned into night, and that, too, no quiet, peaceable night, but with terrible thunderings and boisterous winds from all quarters, during which the common people dispersed and fled. But the senators kept close together, the tempest being over, and the light breaking out. When the people gathered again, they missed, and inquired for their king. The senators suffered them not to search, or busy themselves about the matter, but commanded them to honor and worship Romulus as one taken up to the gods and about to be to them. in the place of a good prince, now a propitious god." The multitude, hearing this, went away, believing and rejoicing in hopes of good things from him. But there were some who, canvassing the matter in a hostile temper, accused and aspersed the patricians as men that persuaded the people to believe ridiculous tales, when they themselves were the murderers of the king. Things being in this disorder, one, they say, of noble family and approved good character, and a faithful and familiar friend of Romulus himself, having come with him from Alba, Julius Proculus, by name, presented himself in the forum, and, taking a most sacred oath, protested before them all, that, as he was traveling on the road, he had seen Romulus coming to meet him, looking taller and comelier than ever, dressed in shining and famming armor, and he, being affrighted at the apparition, said, "Why, O king, or for what purpose have you abandoned us to unjust and wicked surmises, and the whole city to bereavement and endless sorrow?" And that he made answer, "It pleased the gods, O Proculus, that we, who came from them, should remain so long a time amongst men as we did, and, having built a city to be the greatest in the world for empire and glory, should again return to heaven. But and tell the Romans that, by the exercise of temperance and fortitude, they shall attain the height of human power. We will be to you the propitious god Quirinus." This seemed credible to the Romans upon the honesty and oath of the relator, and indeed, too, there mingled with it a certain divine passion, some preternatural influence similar to possession by a divinity. Nobody contradicted it, but, laying aside all jealousies and detractions, they prayed to Quirinus and saluted him as a god. This is like some of the Greek fables of Aristides the Proconnesian and Cleomenes the Aestopolian, for they say Aristides died in a fuller's workshop, and his friends, coming to look for him, found his body vanished, and that some presently after, coming from abroad, said they met him traveling towards Crote, and that, Cleomenes being an extraordinarily strong and gigantic man, but also wild and mad, committed many desperate freaks, and at last, in a schoolhouse, striking a pillar that sustained the roof with his fist, broke it in the middle, so that the house fell and destroyed the children in it. And being pursued, he fled into a great chest, and, shutting to the lid, held it so fast that many men, with their united strength, could not force it open. Afterwards, breaking the chest to pieces, they found no man in it, alive or dead. In astonishment at which, they sent to consult the oracle at Delphi, to whom the prophetess made this answer of all the heroes, Cleomed's last. They say, too, the body of Alcmena, as they were carrying her to her grave, vanished, and a stone was found lying on the bier. And many such improbabilities do your fabulous writers relate, deifying creatures naturally mortal. For though altogether to disown a divine nature and human virtue were impious and base, so again to mix heaven with earth is ridiculous. Let us believe with Pindar that tall human bodies yield to death's decree, the soul survives to all eternity. For that alone is derived from the gods, thence comes, and thither returns, not with the body, but when most disengaged and separated from it, and when most entirely pure and clean and free from the flesh. For the most perfect soul, says Heraclitus, is a dry light, which flies out of the body as lightning breaks from a cloud. But that which is clogged and surfeited with bodies like gross and humid incense, slow to kindle and ascend. We must not, therefore, contrary to nature, send the bodies too of good men to heaven. But we must really believe that, according to their divine nature and law, their virtue and their souls are translated out of men into heroes, out of heroes into out of demigods, after passing, as in the rite of initiation, through a final cleansing and sanctification, and so freeing themselves from all that pertains to mortality and sense, are thus not by human decree, but really and according to right reason, elevated into gods, admitted thus to the greatest and most blessed perfection. Romulus's surname Quirinus, some say, is equivalent to Mars, others, that he was so called because the citizens were called Quir, others, because the ancients called a dart or spear Quiris. Thus, the statue of Juno resting on a spear is called Quiritus, and the dart in the Regia is addressed as Mars, and those that were distinguished in war were usually presented with a dart. That, therefore, Romulus, being a martial god, or a god of darts, was called Quirinus. A temple is certainly built to his honor on the mount called from him Quirinalis. The day he vanished on is called the flight of the people, and the nones of the goats, because they go then out of the city and sacrifice at the goat's marsh, and, as they go, they shout out some of the Roman names, as Marcus, Lucius. imitating the way in which they then fled and called upon one another in that fright and hurry. Some, however, say this was not in imitation of a flight, but of a quick and hasty onset, referring it to the following occasion. After the Gauls who had taken Rome were driven out by Camillus, and the city was scarcely as yet recovering her strength, many of the Latins, under the command of Livius, took this time to march against her. Postumius, halting not far from Rome, sent a herald, signifying that the Latins were desirous to renew their former alliance and affinity that was now almost decayed, by contracting new marriages between both nations. If, therefore, they would send forth a good number of their virgins and widows, they should have peace and friendship, such as the Sabines had formerly had on the like conditions. The Romans, hearing this, dreaded a war, yet thought a surrender of their women little better than mere captivity. Being in this doubt, a servant maid called Philotas, or, as some say, to advise them to do neither, but, by a stratagem, avoid both fighting and the giving up of such pledges. The stratagem was this, that they should send herself, with other well-looking servant maids, to the enemy, in the dress of free-born virgins, and she should in the night light up a fires, at which the Romans should come armed and surprise them asleep. The Latins were thus deceived, and accordingly Philotas set up a torch in a wild fig tree, screening it behind with curtains and coverlets from the sight of the enemy, while visible to the Romans. They, when they saw it, eagerly ran out of the gates, calling in their haste to each other as they went out, and so, falling in unexpectedly upon the enemy, they defeated them, and upon that made a feast of triumph, called the Nones of the Goats, because of the wild fig tree, called by the Romans Capraficus, or the goat fig. They feast the women without the city in arbors made of fig tree boughs, and the maid servants gather together and run about playing. Afterwards they fight in sport, and throw stones one at another, in memory that they then aided and assisted the Roman men in fight. This only a few authors admit for true, for the calling upon one another's names by day and the going out to the goat's marsh to do sacrifice seemed to agree more with the former story, unless, indeed, we shall say that both the actions might have happened on the same day in different years. It was in the 54th year of his age, and the 38th of his reign that Romulus, they tell us, left the world. Comparison of Romulus with THESEUS is what I have learnt of Romulus and THESEUS worthy of memory. It seems, first of all, that THESEUS, out of his own free will, without any compulsion, when he might have reigned in security at Troezen in the enjoyment of no inglorious empire, of his own motion effected great actions, whereas the other, to escape present servitude and a punishment that threatened him, according to Plato's phrase, grew valiant purely out of fear, and dreading the extremest inflictions, attempted great enterprises out of mere necessity. Again, his greatest action was only the killing of one king of Alba, while as mere by-adventures and preludes, the other can name Sirens, Sinners, Procrustes, and Corinne, by reducing and killing of whom he rid Greece of terrible oppressors, before any of them that were relieved knew who did it. Moreover, he might without any trouble as well have gone to Athens by sea, considering he himself never was in the least injured by those robbers, whereas Romulus could not but be in trouble whilst Amulius lived. Add to this the fact that Theseus, for no wrong done to himself, but for the sake of others, fell upon these villains. But Romulus and Remus, as long as they themselves suffered no ill by the tyrant, permitted him to oppress all others. And if it be a great thing to have been wounded in battle by the Sabine, to have killed King Acron, and to have conquered many enemies, we may oppose to these actions the battle with the centaurs and the feats done against the Amazons. But what Theseus adventured in offering himself voluntarily with young boys and virgins as part of the tribute unto Crete, either to be a prey to a monster or a victim upon the tomb of Andro, or, according to the mildest form of the story, to live vilely and dishonorably in slavery to insulting and cruel men, it is not to be expressed what an act of courage, magnanimity, or justice to the public, or of love for honor and bravery, that was, so that methinks the philosophers did not ill-define love to be the provision of the gods for the care and preservation of the young. For the love of Ariadne above all seems to have been the proper work and design of some god in order to preserve Theseus, and, indeed, we ought not to blame her for loving him, but rather wonder all men and women were not alike affected towards him, and if she alone were so, truly I dare pronounce her worthy of the love of a god who was herself so great a lover of virtue and goodness, and the bravest man. Both Theseus and Romulus were by nature meant for governors, yet neither lived up to the true character of a king, but fell off and ran, the one into popularity, the other into tyranny, falling both into the same fault out of different passions. For a ruler's first end is to maintain his office, which is done no less by avoiding what is unfit than by observing what is suitable. Whoever is either too remiss or too strict is no more a king or a governor, but either a demagogue or a despot, and so becomes either odious or contemptible to his subjects, though certainly the one seems to be the fault of easiness and good nature, the other of pride and severity. If men's calamities, again, are not to be wholly imputed to fortune, but refer themselves to differences of character, who will acquit either Theseus of rash, an unreasonable anger against his son, or Romulus against his brother? Looking at motives, we more easily excuse the anger which a stronger cause, like a severer blow, provoked. Romulus, having disagreed with his brother advisedly and deliberately on public matters, one would think could not on a sudden have been put into so great a passion, but love and which few men can avoid being moved by seduced Theseus to commit that outrage upon his son. And what is more, Romulus, in his anger, committed an action of unfortunate consequence, but that of Theseus ended only in words, some evil speaking, and an old man's curse. The rest of the youth's disaster seemed to have proceeded from fortune, so that, so far, a man would give his vote on Theseus's part. But Romulus had, first of all, one great plea, that his performances proceeded from very small beginnings, for both the brothers being thought servants, and the sons of swineherd, before becoming freemen themselves, gave liberty to almost all the Latins, obtaining at once all the most honorable titles, as destroyers of their country's enemies, preservers of their friends and kindred, princes of the people, founders of cities, not removers, like Theseus, who raised and compiled only one house out of many, demolishing many cities bearing the names of ancient kings and heroes. Romulus, indeed, did the same afterwards, forcing his enemies to deface and ruin their own dwellings, and to sojourn with their conquerors. But at first, not by removal or increase of an existing city, but by foundation of a new one, he obtained himself lands, a country, a kingdom, wives, children, and relations. And, in so doing, he killed or destroyed nobody, but benefited those that wanted houses and homes and were willing to be of a society and become citizens. Robbers and malefactors he slew not, but he subdued nations, he overthrew cities, he triumphed over kings and commanders. As to Remus, it is doubtful by whose hand he fell. It is generally imputed to others. His mother he clearly retrieved from death, and placed his grandfather, who was brought under base and dishonorable vassalage, on the ancient throne of Aeneas, to whom he did voluntarily many good offices, but never did him harm even inadvertently. But Theseus, in his forgetfulness and neglect of the command concerning the flag, can scarcely, methinks, by any excuses, or before the most indulgent judges, avoid the imputation of parricide, and indeed, one of the Attic writers, perceiving it to be very hard to make an excuse for this, feigns that Aegeus, at the approach of the ship, running hastily to the Acropolis to see what news, slipped and fell down, as if he had no servants, or none would attend him on his way to the shore. Indeed, the faults committed in the rapes of women admit of no plausible excuse in Theseus. First, because of the often repetition of the crime, for he stole Ariadne, Antiope, Anaxo, the Trozian. At last Helen, when he was an old man, and she not marriageable, she a child, and he at an age past even lawful wedlock. Then, on account of the cause, for the Trozian, Lacedaemonian, and Amazonian virgins, beside that they were not betrothed to him, were not worthier to raise children by than the Athenian women, derived from Erechtheus, and but it is to be suspected these things were done out of wantonness and lust. Romulus, when he had taken near 800 women, chose not all, but only Hercelia, as they say, for himself. The rest he divided among the chief of the city, and afterwards, by the respect and tenderness and justice shown towards them, he made it clear that this violence and injury was a commendable and politic exploit to establish a society, by which he intermixed and united both nations, and made it the fountain of art of friendship and public stability. And to the reverence and love and constancy he established in matrimony, time can witness, for in 230 years, neither any husband deserted his wife, nor any wife her husband, but, as the curious among the Greeks can name the first case of parricide or matricide, so the Romans all well know that Spurius Carvilius was the first who put away his wife, accusing her of barrenness. The immediate results were similar, for upon those marriages the two princes shared in the dominion, and both nations fell under the same government. But from the marriages of Theseus proceeded nothing of friendship or correspondence for the advantage of commerce, but enmities and wars and the slaughter of citizens, and at last the loss of the city, when only out of the compassion of the enemy, whom they entreated and caressed like gods, they escaped suffering what Troy did by Paris. Theseus's mother, however, was not only in danger, but suffered actually what Hecuba did, deserted and neglected by her son, unless her captivity be not a fiction, as I could wish both that and other things were. The circumstances of the divine intervention said to have preceded or accompanied their births are also in contrast, for Romulus was preserved by the special favor of the gods, but the oracle given to Aegeus, commanding him to abstain, seems to demonstrate that the birth of Theseus was not agreeable to the will of the gods.